Hello, hello, hello! Welcome everybody to the stream today. My name is SenseiSuplex, and today we have the likes of Valley of Dreams for this soulbound session and campaign. Hope you guys are ready for an awesome and epic session as per usual, as we dive directly back into the Jaded Dragon Valley and the saga of the Voden Knights. It's going to be an epic session as per usual, but right now in the background, we're trying to get a lot of the, what do you call it, little technical things sort of cranked out of the way, and, you know, as a couple of players were having a little bit of issues logging in, as well as we're trying to have everybody's character or new characters get imported. Not new characters, but more so new character sheets get imported, right? Lastly, we also got everybody rolling for HP in the background. We're not going to be doing it on stream, as we want to have as much time as possible for this game, as we got a lot of stuff going on. So if you, more so the beginning of this sort of session, whether you're watching YouTube VOD or whether you're watching the live stream, the beginning of this sort of session is going to be mainly just us trying to sort of fix a couple things, make sure to explain everything and all that good stuff. And we should be having everything fixed up by 8 p.m., so about 7 minutes. That doesn't mean you need to go anywhere, because we may end up having it fixed up in 2 minutes, right? So, that said, let's swap on over back towards the overlay. And let's see what's up with the players. All right. All right.
It's a managed inventory?
Yeah, manage inventory. Yep, we manage inventory. You'll see potions and then find the potion.
All right. So, oh, go. My bad.
No, I can find this shit.
So we're live and everything. Azora, you said that you're good to go for important, right?
Yeah, my sheet is completely done. Let me refresh it just to make sure. Yeah, it's done.
Got you. You should be all fine unless they're. I don't think anybody needed to really do anything before they went to bed. I don't think so.
Nah.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Nah. She went to bed.
All right. So at this point you guys can pretty much once I import your character sheets, we can give them the long rest afterwards. Right now I'm just importing Azora right now, so let me go grab this for the time being.
What do I roll for my HP again?
So that's going to be a D8 plus your Constitution modifier, whatever that's going to be. We'll throw that on the background. All right. Zora, there we go. It's staying forever.
Mine's still.
Yeah, I got a 4.
Mine should be done. Yeah, the only thing I needed was the axe done, but my shit should be good besides that.
So for Cora, instead of taking that 4, you're going to go up to 5 plus 2. You're going to gain 7 HP instead. We basically reroll, or we kind of round up towards the average of HP if you don't roll as high. Alright. Gore and Azor, you guys are good. Same thing with you.
Yeah.
Addy Dark. Actually, no, Addy Dark, you would gain more health. You're going to go to 7 plus 4. You're going to gain 11 HP instead of 9.
How did you get that? How did you do that?
So basically I round up. So whenever you're rolling for HP, I do a custom roll where it's like you're rolling to see if you get any extra health. If you don't get any extra health, you're just going to take the average, right?
So we get the 7. So the lowest roll is technically a 7.
Exactly. So it only benefits you, right?
Okay. So you said
you do it from the average of what the group rolls, or are you just talking about a general average?
Individual.
Got you. Copy.
Yeah.
It's the die average.
Okay. Let me update my my sheet. 1 second.
I'm good to go, Sensei. Core.
All right. I got you. And then. Okay, so I'm gonna have to give you the Kaboo back.
Should I refresh Foundry?
Yeah, if it's still not acting right, yeah, refresh Foundry. Just Bow. I like how Phil is gonna canonically be just holding these weapons. Just gonna have all the Voden Knights weapons, just carrying them on deck. Alright, so Core's good. Who else is good to get imported next?
I'm good if you. I don't know if you already did, but I'm good.
Alright, I'm gonna do Gore with this. Alright. And then anybody else good after Gore?
I should be good as well.
Okay. Dope. Oh, you actually next.
What's up?
Gore's axe is still there, so it works out.
All right.
And where's the Mons tokens over here?
And for the one thing that always does mess up when we report my character sheet is the plus damage and stuff. For the
yeah, you're right.
unarmed strikes. That always falls off.
Yeah, let me fix that. I'm gonna throw that actually towards Phil, and he should be able to fix that for you.
Cool.
There we go. All right, I'm gonna import. Addy Dark, are you good to go though?
Yeah, if you can move that, I think I'm good.
All right, dope. Alrighty, and then
I would think still, but I see where thank yous get you in life. So.
Alright, Addy Dark, and then Zaman should be good. Yep. Alright, and then who am I missing? We're missing Agni. Alright, is Agni good to go, or I need to wait a bit for that? Just do it during the session. Copy.
Mad to Addy Darks. I think he wants to, as a true leader of the team, he wants to give his help to the tank.
Hey man, he said no captain should be able to eat before the troops eat. So. Alright, yeah, so I'll import all that later. But besides that, is everything else good to go?
Yeah.
Like no other hiccups? Is everybody loaded in, or are we still having problems over there with that? Alright, cool.
I'm loading in, and if you just loaded my sheet, do I even need a long rest, or will I be good to go?
Yeah, your character sheet's good to go. God damn, you have 90 HP, holy shit.
Damn, and that's what a bad roll?
Yeah,
well, I mean, it's just the average. That's just the average of barbarian. He has like a +4 to Constitution, so it is crazy. All right, so if everybody's good to go, let me drop that off and let's get started.
Now you both know 90 HP don't mean nothing when you go hunting, bro. That's just gonna be under sub 20, and then we're gonna run into a pack of vampires. That's how it rolls, bro.
Amen.
We haven't died yet.
You guys spend more time at sub 20 HP than like above 20 HP.
Hey, bruh, if it was any lower, you wouldn't even made it there.
So, if everybody's good to go, let's do this. Everyone, if I could have each and every one of you all gather around the table, and let me tell you all a Voden fable. To gather around for the tale of these survivors, for this is a tale of a looming corruption, and that of a jaded destiny. This is the infamous tale of the Valley of Dreams, and the legendary tale of the Soul Bound. Previously, the Voden Knights would continue the chase after the Zhao dynasty member known as the Arachnid. However, upon giving them chase, it seemed as if they'd have her cornered before the floating islands above would begin to crack and tear, and an arcane explosion would occur. The debris would begin to crash left and right, and soon after the Voden Knights would be overwhelmed and eventually defeated for the time being. However, it wasn't a total net loss. However, as they still would have the means to track them, as well as the materials from the hunt itself. Gathering their things, the knights would return to their homes and take care of a bit of business. Gore would explain to Azor that one of her Oculai clan members had been turned into a creature of the night by the Arachnid. That of a vampire. Doing this before, eventually Gore would commune with the mark upon their hand. Meanwhile, Addy Dark would talk to Gashir, the mushroom myconid individual, who Gashir would try to persuade Addy Dark into training the noxious blade into a true hunter. Meanwhile, Zaman and Kor would begin to make potion, talking to the Myconid elders of the village alongside Phil. It'd be here they'd establish an economy among the village, as well as their intentions moving forward. The diplomacy had and established, the time for the next adventure was nearing. But what in store do we have for the Voden Knights in Session 18 of Valley of Dreams? And that, my friends, we pick back up exactly where we left off. As you guys are getting ready to sort of wind down for the evening. All right. So, as we look over, here's a couple of things. Now, we can worry about the rolling for food in just a actually, yeah, we can just do it now if you wish. So, yeah, Zaman, if you want to take that over, that's going to be 2d4 plus your wisdom modifier. I'll just handle it now.
It's not 2d6?
Oh, excuse me. Yes, 2d6. Mm. 10 food. Nice, nice. All right. And also, roll your d6 for the... Or actually, no. Did you guys ever build the lumber mill? I don't think you guys...
Yeah, we did.
You did?
Yeah,
Okay.
we built the lumber mill.
All right, I was trying to remember exactly where it was. It's on the other map, that's why. Yeah, so roll your d6 for me. All right, 10 food, 4 materials. Not bad, not bad.
Do we roll for medicine too?
Yep, roll for your medicine.
Yeah, 1d4 plus 3.
Mm-hmm. Just getting all this out of the way.
Ooh.
Nice, 7 medicine. So, with 7 medicine, 4 materials, and 10 food, I'll add all of that towards the end, or towards the end of the session, but we should be all good. All right, as we look over, return back towards Azor and Agni, as you two would notice as the Myconid elders they seem to be gathering forth and eventually leaving from this small little establishment, the war room. As they begin to do so, I assume you follow them out, not trying to stay, next to one another, especially alone.
Yeah, the game is paused, by the way.
I got you. Yeah, Zora's trying to get me out. All right, I'll move Agni's character for the time being. But eventually, as you do, Zora, you, I assume, head over towards your home, correct?
Yeah, she definitely would.
Real quick, make a perception check with sight before you do so, stopping about right over there.
Copy. Let's see, that was ult.
Yes. 17. There we go. Hold on. So what you would notice is something definitely is strange. It seemed to be the other elders didn't necessarily notice it. But you, with your little Oculai eye, you'd see as there's something sort of etched in the likes of this tree. Something that's a little bit peculiar that begins to sort of catch your eye. It's a little bit of an etching. It's also a little bit of a kind of painting off to the side. You're looking over what it is, or you're leaving it for next time?
Yeah, it should look. I'm just yeah, it should look.
All right, let's see what happens. Azora, well, actually, nah, I gotcha. 14.
Oh, Sirius is here.
Nah, it's just the token thingy. It's just the
I roll
default
initiative. Let me stop.
Nah, you're good. So, oh boy, this is a fun one. You look over and you see an etching off to the side, and it seems to be that of, you can see, Hannibal. You look over and it seems to say something along the lines of this, and it draws not necessarily Hannibal, but it draws a little cat beside it, as it says, "A cowardly lion who can't control his anger, who will die next by his hand." That's what you see over on this, or etched on this tree.
Some dissension around here. Understood. She would take her sword and slice it off, that part of the bark off of the tree.
As you begin to do so, carve it off and begin to sort of either keep it with your own, or keep it on your own person, or throw it out wherever you wish. But as you do, you can continue moving wherever you want to.
Yeah, she keeps it on her person, and then yeah, that's it.
You got it. All right. So eventually, as Agni and Azor, you guys head back to your home to rest. Gore, you doing anything? Or are you going pretty much back into your home?
Gore's going back to sleep after figuring out that the hunt is ready to get on. He's gonna get well rested because he'll inform everybody when they're out everything he saw. I don't know if I got a minute that, but he would tell them everything in stark detail what he saw.
You got it.
I could flare it how he would say it, but yeah,
easy
that's
enough.
it.
So eventually, as you guys begin to head back into the likes of your room or your rooms and establishments, you all gain the effects of a long rest. As this is sort of occurring, let me swap maps for all of you guys. Also, to make sure I got this right, Zaman and Cora, you guys are sleeping. I mean, you guys just powered down kind of on the other side of the village, where the poison and potion kind of or alchemy lab is, right?
Cora would power down inside the fighting pit.
You got it. All right, so I'm gonna move your token up there.
Yeah.
All right, Hannibal. I mean, they would go to their own home and all that sort of stuff. Zaman, what about you? Where are you going?
He'll power down in the lab.
All right. So as this begins to occur, you head over towards the middle of the night. As the Voden Knights are.
My fault. No, I was putting Azor in the other room since Addie doesn't sleep there, just so she could be separated from Agni.
Where at?
Just the other room that was for Hannibal and Addie, but Addie don't sleep there. So that's why I put her on that side.
Gotcha. So you're trading houses with one of the other two?
Well, since Addie don't sleep there, so she's pretty much gonna sleep with Hannibal.
So Mao and Hannibal sleep over there. So you gotta, who are you swapping with them?
Oh, so yeah, she'll just swap with Mao, I guess. It doesn't matter.
All right. Got you. All right, so Zora, you are not here. Then this would sort of happen. Okay. Also, real quick, let me make sure. Is Sean here or nah? Is he not here yet?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Gotcha. All right. So, as you guys are sort of resting for a bit, you would begin to hear, at roughly about 6 hours into your sort of long rest and sleeping about, you'd begin to start hearing a knock onto your door. You'd hear, as it seems to be a little bit, how you say, hasteful, a little bit impactful, as if something's kind of serious, but not too serious. It's just more so, after not hearing a response, they'll keep sort of banging on the door for a little bit, waiting for someone to sort of pick up. That said, Gore, Agni, you both begin to hear the knocking, looking over towards one another. Not entirely sure who the heck it is, but choice is yours on what either of you want to do.
Did you say it sounds almost aggressive, or just like somebody's just banging the door down?
Not aggressive, more so of like, all right, hey, we knocked politely once, then the second, we knocked politely once, no one answered. Knocking the second time, all right, getting a little bit frustrated, like, anybody there? Anybody there? Come on. Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, Agni would get up, and as he's kind of passing Gore, you would hear him just say, "I'll handle this, Gore."
Gore stealths himself in the corner. He's just watching Agni's back.
All right.
The wrong man don't want to get axed today.
Agni like pushes open the door, and you hear him say, "There better be a good reason for disturbing me."
As you begin to do so, you push open the door, and you see nearly stumbling backwards from it open. You'll see as ow.
Agni closes the door.
No. You'll see his Kashir tries to immediately with like
Hold up. I need a perception check if Addy saw Gashir leave his house or something. Hold on. I mean,
you were asleep, bro. I don't know.
Bruh.
I'll give you a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
Continue. Okay.
Oh man. So as this is sort of happening, you'll see as Gashir's gonna try to immediately throw the likes of the sort of scabbard into the door to kind of stop it. Like, whoa, no. Agni, look.
This is the quickest I've seen you move this year. What is it?
Okay, so look. Yeah, Addy Dark, you would see him leaving at a certain point. If you did want to follow him, you could.
I'd be following him.
All right. So you'd probably be able to hear this conversation too. If you ever want to join in on this map, just let me know. But Gashir will look over towards Agni and
you can toss me in right when Agni.
Mm-hmm. So Gashir will look over and kind of sort of say, look. It's not. It's kind of important. I thought at least that the Voden Knights should, just kind of know these things, right? So I don't know exactly what is going on, but there is an unnatural sort of gathering. You remember where you sort of, you guys started expanding, you made the market stalls, and you made the sort of alchemy lab. Yeah, there's some sort of gathering outside that, I think you're building, the tavern that you're building. There's some sort of gathering around there, and it seems to be gaining a lot of people, but not necessarily a normal amount. There seems to be a lot of talking. I think that you should at least know about this. Gashir was just trying to go over there because he was just trying to get a little bit of a head start because you know Gashir, huh? But I think you should probably, I don't know, at some point check that out. I don't know what's going on, whether there's, I don't know what's going on.
Understood, Gashir. You can go now.
Okay. Also, do you want me to, like, get you a drink before we, like, if you go there?
You can go now, Gashir.
Okay, fine, very well. It turns around and runs directly into Addy Dark. Oh. Hey. Buddy.
Gashir, up early, as a true hunter should be. Give me 3 laps around the entire village. Meet me back at your house.
But wait, hold on. I mean, there's 3 laps.
I'd like to intimidate Gashir if possible. Sure running around.
Yeah, sure thing. Make an intimidation check. 8. Oh my god.
Get the running, bro. Get the running.
Gets her running. All right. You'll see as he looks over towards Agni, looks over towards Addy Dark. I think I'm going to go do that. I'll be back. You'll see Gashir gets to sprinting as soon as this begins to happen.
Addy Dark would turn to Agni and go, Agni, this tavern, should I go check it out? Make sure there's nothing of the night creeping?
I doubt it's a night creature. Gashir wouldn't be caught near any of them. We'll go check it out, and just to make sure the village isn't in chaos. Gore, are you up for checking out the tavern? If I recall, I believe you and Cora were quite the drink champions when I first met you.
Gore's you drink anyway for everything you've done, big one.
I'll pass on the
We
drink
can
for
do
now.
waking up.
It dulls the senses. Are you sure you're rested after what you went through?
Gore's always had enough rest for a drink. Let's go.
All right. So, you guys are heading straight towards the tavern which you guys were building.
Yeah, I'll walk over, sort of absorb the village, making sure it's not in a chaotic state because he's not sure what to expect.
All right. As you begin to do so, you look over and eventually you see as you approach over towards here. Now, I don't have the actual tavern on the map yet, but you will begin to see as there is a definite gathering of the sorts off towards the village sort of tavern. You notice as a couple of the builder spirits, though they're not on the map, they are there. A bunch of the builder spirits are kind of working on the likes of it, sort of constructing it and more. It's not too hard for you to find Bilroy as well in the general area to sort of call out for him. He'd probably be kind of floating over around here, but you could just call him to get his attention. As this is sort of happening, it seems to be almost like a line built up outside of the village, or excuse me, outside of this small tavern. That said, what are you three saying or doing?
Agni, I guess, would walk up to like one of these mushrooms. What is the commotion? What is going on here?
I don't really know myself. There's some talk of some strange thing, person that seems to be gathering a bunch of attention in the likes of that building or tavern. Is that what you're building over there? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure if people are in trouble or if it's just but it doesn't seem like it. People keep going in and coming out, so something's happening or some sort of commotion's in there.
I assume we should check it out. Addy, Gore, just be on your guard in case you need to throw any drunk people out of here.
Ah, yes, the good old life celebrators, as we call them.
Ah, the weak that can't hold their drinks. Only for the strong.
I'd probably say one thing, because realistically, yeah, Zaman, you'd be up by now. 4 hours, yeah, you'd be probably up. So Zaman, you'd probably notice as the commotion is there as well.
B. Zaman will come out and take a look and see what's going on.
Yeah, same sort of thing you, as I mentioned and described before, but you'd look over and you'd see as Agni, Gore, and Addy Dark are looking over towards the tavern. They seem to be talking to one of the villagers and trying to figure out what the heck is going on. That's it. What are you guys doing?
Zaman will come over to Agni. He would say, Agni, I see they've built the tavern as instructed, which should be, I guess, good for morale.
Yes, hopefully they'll be a little quieter. I think the only thing left is a playground for the kids, or something of the sort.
Yes, let me discuss with Mal and see.
Excuse me, Zaman, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'd like to say something, if you don't mind.
Zaman starts walking away.
I want to tell you from the bottom of my heart, he starts screaming in Celestial as loud as he possibly can. Thank you for slaying the night creatures.
Agni is going to start. He's literally just going to push this mushroom out the way. Move.
Oh, okay. As you do, you'll see as you're able to push your way throughout the likes of the crowd. It's not too hard to do so. It's a little bit difficult, but you kind of shove it. All the individuals. There's lots and lots of talking. It's very hard to kind of even think and hear exactly what's going on. There's multiple conversations sort of building up. Eventually, you'll see as a couple of the mushroom individuals are looking over and kind of looking and pointing over towards you, and then pointing towards the tavern. That said, Voden Knights, do you guys walk in?
Yeah, Agni walks in.
So.
Oh yeah, you know it. You know it.
All right. So Zaman, same thing. Are you walking in, or are you going back to your own thing?
No, he has no interest in the tavern. He's going back to the lab.
You got it. As you begin to head back into the likes of the lab, and you begin to get towards work, or get to work and more, let's do this. So, you guys look inside as you walk inside of this strange sort of tavern, and you'll see as Bilroy is kind of again zipping in and out of the likes of this tavern, but I'm gonna add all of your tokens in here just for the sake of vision, but you guys are not all there. Also, one thing that to note, this is not the official tavern design. This is just something I got from Patreon real quick for the sakes of this. You guys will have your actual tavern.
There is bottles on bottles in here.
Yeah, no.
I'm about to get it popping.
So this is not accurate and the slightest, but just keep that in mind. So I'm gonna move Zamon's token, Kor's token, and the Azor's token in the top left. You guys can move your sort of stuff whenever you want to, just to sort of like see exactly what's going on. But yeah, try to stay with pretty much the group. So as you three begin to walk inside, you'll see as Bilroy is kind of like still building up a couple of things, kind of directing a bunch of the builder spirits. But you look over and you hear a voice that is very different and very unique. Without even 2 seconds of sort of walking to the tavern, your attention is almost immediately drawn towards them as you see a taller and lankier individual, but they seem to be dressed in bright and fantastical colors. Tabaxi and the likes of this individual. Point Cat, please join the chat. It's time, my friends.
Making the rounds.
in the streets, boy.
Everywhere and nowhere.
Everywhere and nowhere.
I'm so upset no one woke me up, man.
There would be no.
You know what's crazy, bro? If you didn't switch the house, you would have been
Yeah,
up,
you
bro.
wanted to switch houses.
You wanted to switch houses.
You literally made that choice yourself. That was your own choice.
After the news we got yesterday, bro, was the only logical thing.
As soon as
Well,
as
the
soon
news
as I
that Cora brought about Spike.
As soon as I freaking heard you said, "Oh shoot, I'm gonna switch house," I'm like, "Well, that's unfortunate." Oh man. All right, let me switch overlays and all that good stuff. But in the meantime, this is the wonderful individual that you guys see off to the side. Fabio, if you could please describe your character and explain exactly what the Voden Knights see as you arrive. I'll add all your stuff in just a minute. Oh, so yeah, just let me know when you load the foundry. Yeah, I mean, just pretty much around the bar or wherever the heck you kind of want to be. Up to your, it's really up to you.
Alright, yeah, behind the bar works. Let me just get into foundry. I didn't want to do that before, because, you know.
Yeah, you're fine,
Surprise!
you're fine. Alright, let me swap a couple of the overlay things around together and more. But yeah, whenever you are ready to describe your character, you got it, my friend.
Alright, so you see this tall, lanky tabaxi who's just kind of leaning on the counter, really relaxed and chatting up a bunch of people. You see he's got these long ears, pointy ears that reach to the ceiling. He's so tall, in fact, that his ears are probably brushing along the lanterns that are overhead, and he's got this really, the colors that you see, like I know Valley is pretty bright and all, but like even in the nature of Valley, like he's even brighter than that. It looks in technicolor, like colors that shouldn't even exist in the real world. And he's got this flowing cravat in fabrics that are all shimmery, and you can't really tell exactly what it's made out of, but it's really beautiful fabrics. And he's covered in flowers. He's got a bunch of flowers on his boutonniere, and really large exotic flowers. He's got little baubles all over, and butterflies in his hair. And he's just chatting with a bunch of the Myconaids, and he's like, "Darling, and you wouldn't believe that is how I woke up in the middle of the forest, covered in vines, unable to move, and with some very angry dryads."
Wait, how did you sort of get, but like, how did you leave though? I could never do such a thing like that. I'm not really much of the sort of adventuring or adventurous sort of type. I kind of just, I just kind of tend to the area and just talk to people. Don't really do much of anything.
Oh, darling, don't sell yourself short, of course. I'm sure you could be a great adventurer and see all kinds of things, but it's a trick of the trade, let me tell you. It was a very gnarly situation to get out of.
I see. And at this point, Fabio, you look over as the door opens once more, and there's been multiple patrons that have been walking in and out. You have talked to, I'd imagine, it's up to you, but I imagine you've talked to like almost half the people into this, or in this bar. Yeah.
Yep. I'm friends with everybody. I know everybody's names now.
Yep.
Yep.
But immediately you look over and you see some interesting folk begin to walk on in as you look over and see a small sprite, but they seem to have a sort of reddish tint towards them, horns protruding out of their head, and more sort of about them with this strange sort of axe with an eye in it. A turtle with the likes of runes forming up amongst their back, or sort of devil horns amongst them, as well as Addy Darks, who seems to be a hulking individual with the likes of fur pelts abundant. With that, what do any of you three or four see or do at this moment in time?
Real quick question, just from outside knowledge, how familiar of a creature this would be to Gore? I'm guessing Gore would be a little bit like not at all. Wouldn't even seem like came from
not at
like
all.
a familiar ring.
Nah, because remember, Gore didn't know he got turned into this way or whatever. He knows nothing about the that sort of stuff. This is just kind of forced upon him, right?
Okay.
Would he recognize?
Yeah. Well, so I'm saying oh, go ahead. Do your thing.
Sorry. Would he recognize that I have like all the little butterfly effigies are kind of like in the shape of pixie wings? So it's kind of similar to Ambrosie's holy symbol, but I don't know if he'd know that.
Oh, buddy. Now I'll ask the question again: would Gore see it and recognize it? Because I just think
yes, you
Gore-wise were.
You recognize it a little too fast. I'm not gonna lie.
So Gore would zip, and he'd be like.
Also, does Gore have any kind of glitter on him?
Nah, I don't think. Well.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does because of that.
Oh, he does.
Oh yeah, because the axe.
It's got the bow and the glitter on it, actually.
Yep.
Gotcha.
That's right, because the pixie from before. So go ahead, Gore. What were you trying to do?
Gore would fly right up to the table and be like, "She sent more than just a little sparkly one. You're not here for wallets, are you?"
Wallets? I mean, if you're offering, sure, but...
Gore backs back just a little bit and covers where you presume his wallet would be.
Oh, God.
Oh, an interesting one. Quite a large presence you have there. Not more that meets the eye, but you know her. I see her love on you, darling. Hello.
Gore knows her love too. Gore also has lost many wallets. But if you know her love the same, Gore can respect you. And Gore puts out his hand. I guess I don't know how would you greet in the Fey world? I guess out of curiosity.
Cass, actually, you're probably more of an expert on than I would actually know, sadly.
I mean, I've been kind of flavoring it like how the French greet each other. So like, kind of like, you know, 2 kisses on the cheek, or like
that's even
kissing
better.
your hand or that kind of thing. But like, if you want to do something else, like I'll run with it.
You said all you need to say. So, in probably the weirdest instance anybody else in this group would see, Gore flies up to you and kisses both your cheeks.
Oh, darling! Oh, it's so good to see someone who has any manners here. Everybody's so violent. It's been horrendous, but nice people nonetheless. Darling, you must tell me, what is your name?
Me? I am Gore of the Meadows.
Whoa.
And this is the rest of the group. Our leader, the Voden Knights. and he points towards the big one. He leads us all.
No one is the big one's name, do you tell me, dear friend?
You will refer to me as War Chief Agni. And how did you get here?
That would be an excellent question, War Chief Agni. I don't know. I was in such dire circumstances I was in. Truly, I really hope everybody's fine. But anyways, I just popped in here. It seems I've been on tour to see all the different lands in this place. But I guess the wind takes me where it wants to take me, I guess.
And now you're ready to work, it seems. We need a new barkeep.
What? It's so official. I mean, I'm having an excellent time here. If you would, I guess maybe I could take payment, but work really. It's who needs it?
I think you're in luck. And Gore loves to pay people.
Gore only pays the people for the right price, and Gore actually would throw a gold piece at you. Actually, Gore would actually throw probably a mana stone at you.
Oh God! Oh no! As you begin to do so, Fabio, you have seen mana crystals before. These are basically, they're not like holy relics, but they're very special to the likes of Ambrosi. You would have at least known, especially, you know, having your relationship with her, she would have told you at least a little bit about like these things and what they're possible of doing. Even if, and also just another thing, it wouldn't be a bad thing if you ever break them, or there's no like sort of, oh, it's a really good thing or a really bad thing if you break it or not. It's just, it doesn't matter to her.
Okay, gotcha. Oh dear, careful with that, darling. You don't want that to explode in here. Sometimes it has spicy consequences, but oh, so shiny. And are these common in these parts?
They take work to find. We've hunted many.
Yes, quite. Interesting. Well, you can buy a little bit of my time with this, of course. Let's put this here. Gonna stuff it in one of his jacket pockets.
Easy enough.
I'd come up to Gore and pat him on the back. Aha! Familiar with your baby mama and your Spidey, love? Gore, you sure know how to get around, my friend.
We only know free love in the meadows. That's what Gore learned.
Yes, free for everybody. Yes, darling. You have understood the meaning of life. Mwah! Wonderful. And darling, looking at Addy Dark, what is your name? What a warrior type
I'd
here.
love to tell you, but there's one thing we must square away very quickly in this village.
Yes.
Night creatures.
Here we go.
Are you with them or against them?
It depends what your definition of a night creature is. I've had many owl friends. I've had
as soon as you
lot
said
of-
that.
a lot of bat.
Hold on, he didn't hear
Oh,
any
shit.
of that.
Oh no!
He lagged out as soon as he asked the question.
Oh no! Come
Sorry,
on,
that's,
internet gods, please be with us.
That's the real quick welcome. We turn our back with the first response.
Oh, man.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
Where did we go?
What you're saying, Fabio?
Okay. Right. So he asked night creatures. Well, it depends on your definition of a night creature. I've been around a lot of night creatures. I mean, I've had owl friends, and I've had bat friends, and many creatures in Shadowfell, of course.
You've walked a very full life, I see. The
Yeah.
night creatures I speak of are terrible, terrible things. They not walk during day. They suck the life out of souls. Sometimes come in arachnid form, but mostly are those who walk this life and feed off them.
Hmm.
The whole sun thing, I don't like fire either. Not sure. I really never understood the fire thing, but you know.
I don't like fire. Their loss. That seems somewhat distasteful, but I mean, as long as they're not sucking any of my friends dry, I think a lot of a problem here.
These vampires, how should I say, they're no good. You've never heard of the night creatures? And then Eddie Dark is gonna go on a rant for about 15 minutes about like everything there is about the Gospel of Night.
Oh my god.
Very like evangelical judo, as I like to call it, describing how night creatures are the bane of existence. They killed his family. They have literally teamed up with the dynasty, makes them terrible. We ain't fucking with them. And then at the end of it, he'll basically go, so again, I'll ask you one last time. Are you a friend or a foe of the night creatures? And I don't want to ruin anyone's good patronage. I know you work hard and you've come a long way. You're in the service industry. I get you. I used to work in the fisherman's village as fishmongers. Right on the side, I'm trying to sell fish. I get you. But in this village, we have one rule. Well, a couple rules. Zaban doesn't make any decisions, number one. Gore gets to have as many pixies as he likes. Agony runs this shit. Okay, there's a lot of rules. Anyways, one that I really care about is night creatures are very bad, very evil, and must be slain.
Well, certainly, if it's the law of the land, and of course I must bend to its will. I'm biggest fan of killing. I could assist you if we continue on being friends, of course.
That's okay. I've got the killing under wraps. All you gotta do is give me a nice big werewolf howl, and I'll be there in a heartbeat. It's the international sign of night creatures. I've taught it to many of the mushrooms. If you're not familiar with a werewolf, and he'll shift into his werewolf form, and then he will then howl to the moon, jumping up the sorts of
Yes, that fire!
Screech that into the moon.
Speaking of fire,
if that doesn't work, by the mushroom, they talk to their feet. It's really weird. I don't understand it, but yeah, you can talk to the mushrooms. They can usually find it too.
Real quick, Addy Dark. Werewolf is fire form, right?
No, it's actually earth. Werebear is fire.
Gotcha. All right. So as this begins to actually, no, I'll retcon that because I told you it wouldn't be fire because
you're right.
Werebears hate or Werebears hate fire. Yeah.
Right. So
I think
we begin fire.
Yeah. So as you begin to do so, you would notice as bits of sort of Addy Dark's form begins to slowly light a flame, and you notice as this form begins to slowly start enlarging for a brief moment in time, growing a couple of sort of minor claws and more. And as he howls out towards the tavern, you'll see as Addy Dark, make a performance check. Let's see. 7. All right. Listen. You hear as 2 of the mushrooms somewhere in this tavern, they just howl, as well as they just hear some random individual howling in the likes of the tavern. You're not entirely sure if they're fans of Addy Dark or if they're just howling for the sake of howling.
Good to know. Good to know. And darling, that is quite the excellent display you have there. I didn't realize there was so many shapeshifters here. Excellent. But darling, you still haven't told me your name. What is it?
How rude. Now that I know that you are with me against said night creatures, it is Addy Dark, the werewolf.
Addy Dark.
I guess I'm kind of like a hunter. I don't know. Do I hunt? I hunt things. Yeah. Night Slayer. Slayer of Nights.
Excellent. You know your way, and the path through life seems to be carved very clearly. I love that. Excellent. Do I see any... Okay, so Agni's behind. Is there anybody else that I haven't met yet?
So looking at it, Fabio, with your perception check and with all the individuals you've met at this point, you would notice, especially in your 15-minute talk with Addydark and also being closer towards Gore, you'd notice as Gore seemed to have the same mark as the likes of Yahato and Sirius, Addydark seems to have the same mark as, well, actually, you don't know that individual, but the same mark as Ilva's. Looking over towards Agni, you'd see as he would have the same mark as Grog, as well as Krelin. However, looking over, you don't see any of the other individuals. You don't see an individual with a purple square. You don't see anybody with dots. So that is that is something that you'd easily be able to pick up.
Gotcha. So
I would say while like Addy was telling his entire backstory over that 15 minutes, Agni would have came up to Gore as he's probably deep in a cup, literally like in a mug, and mentioned to him, Gore, if you don't mind, could you please bring Azora here? I do not like random people coming into the village, especially without her knowing.
So obviously, while Addydark is speaking, like Fabio's like really all his attention is on him, and like they're just like the focus of Fabio's entire existence at that very moment, and they're like taking mental notes and like listening and all that. And as he sees Agni come closer, so what, Chief? That sounds like a bloody job. What kind of adventures have you had lately? I'm curious. Especially with those markings on your back. Fascinating. You've had a spicy life.
You'd see Agni kind of raise an eyebrow at this and mention to, I don't even think I know her name. I'm sorry, I don't even know your name, barkeep.
Oh, right. I'm so sorry. I get so flustered when I meet new friends. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fabio Foxglove Frederick Vin Flamel. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you all.
And Gore would kiss your hand and he'd be like,
Flourish one. I have to go wake the quick one. We're clearly celebrating tonight.
And
Excellent. A party. Yes.
and Gore would he called you Flourish One, and then he would zip out. So
As an honor, you have gotten your nickname from Gore.
Come again soon.
When Gore leaves, I would just tell him and be like, "Hey, Gore, I want to talk to you about something." Just right outside the tavern.
mm-hmm.
Is it like right as soon as he leaves, or like when he comes back?
Probably when you come back, no. You're doing your rant.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. So eventually, Gore, after a bit of time, and during the likes of that whole conversation with the likes of Addydark, Agni, just to make sure, what are you doing off to the side? Are you kind of just listening in on the conversation? Maybe not participating, but listening into what Addydark and Fabio are saying? Or what are you doing over those 15 minutes?
Addydark and Fabio? I thought...
Or,
no, so when Addydark and Fabio were talking, he would have asked Gore to find Azora. And then he kind of would just have like a step back, just sort of observing this new person that's now in the tavern, sort of wondering how are they here and how are they going to survive because of the gas and everything. But he's not saying anything.
One thing you do notice, possibly Agni, make a perception check. While that's sort of happening, let me move this over here. Is Foundry acting up? Agni?
Oh, I thought you said Addy make a perception check.
No. Agni, make a perception check. There you go.
Copy.
Natural 20. Ducky's gonna lose their shit. You'll see as you do notice as they're sort of talking and making all these sort of motions and more. You notice as Fabio does wield something on their hand. You do notice as there is a purple square amongst the palm. As this is sort of happening, that is one thing you're able to sort of clock down.
Agni's eyes narrow as they're talking, but doesn't say anything.
After a bit of while, you look over, and eventually, Gore and Azora, you begin to walk into the likes of the tavern, and Azora, you see as Fabio is in the midst of talking towards the likes of Addy, Dark, and more, Agni sort of chilling off to the side, but as you both enter, what do you both say or do?
Gore would have been talking to Azura on the way, basically telling her like another sparkly one hit showed up.
Gotcha.
Wait, can I hit that quick side combo real quick?
Yeah, it would be just kind of like after Azura and Gore come on in, he would probably just look over towards Gore, grab him real quick.
We don't have to fully RP this, but yeah. Did you get a location from the spider tracking bitch?
We just woke up. I'd have to do that in the morning. But I mean, like I could probably RP it in the morning, whatever it is. Like she's being tracked.
Can you answer the question, or we can RP it? It's up to you. I don't really care.
Oh no, I'm fine with answering the question. It's just however Sensei plays it.
Gotcha.
Like,
If you're asking for that, then
Gore
if you're asking for that, then Gore would he would still have that sort of mental blip that he knows where that spider that the arachnid gave you, or where it, like, you know, trailed off. You would know where it is still.
Gore would do two things on the map in the morning or whatever. He would mark one where he saw the one thing was going on from his mark, and two where like basically tracking where the spider was going. That's it.
Mm-hmm. So you like know the direction kind of deal. You know, like, okay, it's heading, where would it be? It'd be heading like kind of north, a little bit northwest-ish, but more so in the direction of north.
Cool. Yeah. So I just wanted to know if I just wanted to get the intel to Addy that he now knows which direction to go hunting immediately after this.
Gotcha. So with that, as that's all sort of handled and more, Gore and Azora, what are you doing as you begin to walk into the likes of this tavern? As you see, I mean, pretty much everything sort of going on all at once. Choice is yours on all five of you guys doing.
Like I said, Gore would just low-key hyping another glittery one is here. He would have described it very much so like the pixie, the way she popped up, because that's the only logic he would go for.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, as he sees like Azura walking in, he's going to look to Fabio and mention, Fabio, if you don't mind, please discuss some of your details with my second in command, Azura. She would love to talk to you a little bit about how you got here. And if you tend to stay, you seem to be quite good at conversation. I think you will make a fine barkeep. I must be off, though.
Oh, well, a pleasure to meet you, War Chief Agni. I'm sure you have very important places to be right now.
It's nice to see a stranger with a little bit of respect. Hope to see you soon.
Ta-ta!
And as he walks by Azura, she's coming in, he's going to whisper to Azura, it seems this one shares your mark. Not sure how they got here. Fix it. As he leaves the tavern.
Yeah, she nods.
You do. I will move your token off to the top left.
Go ahead.
Sorry. When there was that, when Agni gave that little like look, did Fabio clock that at all? Did he get any kind of impression from that? Like, did he feel that it was aggressive or just questioning?
Make an insight check. Unless you weren't necessarily hiding it, Agni, you kind of talking out loud.
Agni wouldn't have been hiding it. You would have noticed that he would have really been looking like beforehand. He was probably looking all over, examining your hair, your clothes, all of that. But for about 5 seconds, he was staring at the palm of your hand. And you would have easily picked up on that. Nothing like malice, but he would have zoomed, like honed in on just looking at your hand.
Okay. Fabio probably would have thought you were looking at his nails and proceeded to explain the care of his nails and how they're all lacquered in a brilliant fuchsia purple and how he embedded some gems in the claws and
Maybe.
So as Agni leads, you see Azora gripping the hilt of her katana, starts walking towards the bar, and she looks at you up and down and mostly tries to see like your hand, and she says, "Oh, I'm guessing it's what, morning time now?"
Yeah, it's daytime.
Okay.
For the most
Yeah,
part.
so she says, "Good morning. My name is Azar Lunista. I'm sure Agni told you that. In general, I'm here for security purposes. Now, how did you get inside of the village? Go ahead told me you said you kind of poofed in. We're gonna need a little bit more explanation than that so we can shore up our own defenses."
well, darling, I would love to give you more details, but I don't really have much more details. It seems I just jumped from one place to the other. But darling, I'm so happy to have poofed in this place. Everybody's been just so jovial and nice here, and of course, a creature of such grace and strength. I have to say, darling, your sense of style is magnificent. Fit for a queen. A warrior queen, that is.
All types of disarmament, boy. All types of disarmament, boy.
Very
All
disarming.
types of
Eyebrow raise and everything.
Yeah, she loosens the grip on her the hilt of her sword a little bit. She places her hands on the table and she says, like kind of just going right past all the niceties, and she says, "The square, where's the rest of your group? If you bear that mark, surely you have others. Did they poof around here somewhere as well?"
I have made a lot of friends since I've been here. I went to the desert, there was a bunch of friends there, and then I poofed out, and then I met some more in this really cold place. My gosh, my whiskers were all aflutter. And this cold place, and again, very violent at the beginning, but then very, very nice people. I really hope they're still alive, though. And then I appeared here. I've been making friends all over the place, but I haven't set any roots yet.
So, you met the other groups. I assume the ones in the code were deceased, as we have not heard from them for some time.
Oh, what a shame. Now, one of them might have deserved it a little bit, but not the others, though. Regardless. But so you know all of these people. You know my new friends. That's excellent.
Not all by name. The ones that bear the purple squares, do you know their names? In this desert and in this cold place.
You only met one. Yeah, and that was at the time Ulf.
Right.
And he bared 2 marks. He had the purple square and he had the golden dot as well.
Okay. What was the question? Oh yeah, the names. Yes, everybody seemed so interested in these marks. The kindred spirits did explain them a little bit, so that helped. But
Kindred spirits? Who is that?
The group in the desert. They're lovely people. They have a lovely little settlement that they're starting out. They're inviting people to come over. You should go visit them.
Yes, definitely sounds soft. We'll make note of that. The kindred spirits.
Yes,
boy.
yes, there was Sirius was quite soft and lovely and so cuddly. Yes, quite. But to come back to your question, darling, the other one that had the purple mug. Let me see. Oh yes, it was darling Ulf. He's but as you say, he might be dead. He's not good with his word, unfortunately, but darling fellow, very, very charming.
As
Gord asked real quick.
The ones in the snow. Were they fighting the ops?
God, here we go.
One quick question: the snow, is that like snowy terrain that I'm familiar with?
Yes.
Do I need to, like, check?
Nah, you know that's the Azure Taiga. You know that.
by the opposition, he means those who look like they're made up of stars of astral light.
Right,
And then
right.
she lifts her mark and I don't want to say like fully activates it, but makes it like do that astral glow thing.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of see as the purple square begins to slowly start shifting and manifesting for just a brief moment, changing color.
Fabio's eyes are gonna turn lavender for a second, and he's gonna come closer and be like, oh, "Darling, I didn't know it did that. How did you do that? You have to teach me, darling. It's so shiny and sparkly."
She'll say, how about you answer Gore's question? Was there those who shined with this type of light there?
Right, yes. So there was these starry ones, as you say. I was fighting them, actually. They gave me this nasty thing here, but quite nasty little creatures. I mean, they're absolutely stunning, just gorgeous colors and everything. But did you have a tendency to kill everything on sight and just make the lands just so bland and desolate? It's terrible. But yes, I've seen them.
At this point, Zora, make a perception check. But go ahead, Gore.
Yep.
So I'm gonna ask kind of out of character. I think Gore would kind of be asking, are they still fighting, or is it kind of wrapped? Is it kind of like, was the fighting over when you were taken out of there?
Actually, Gore, make a history check. Actually,
Okay.
Actually, wait, no, would you? Oh, let me think for a second. Yeah, you would have. Okay, 8. I'll give you advantage. You're pretty good on these things, but that's all I can give you after that. 8 and 18. So you look over at them for a brief moment. You really start thinking about what you saw with your mark atop of the rooftops. It all just begins to click for one singular moment. How could you have forgotten this individual? You saw them fighting when you were looking around towards all the other sort of differing groups in differing lands. This individual was brighter than ever. It's kind of hard for them or you to miss.
So basically, rethinking to what I saw, I saw Cat fighting.
Yeah,
I saw Fabio there.
You would have saw Fabio fighting. You would have saw them kind of next to a sort of watchtower sort of thing.
And Gore would kind of I'm sorry, taking notes. Gore would get up real quick and he was like,
Wait! Gore seen you before, Flores One. In his vision. You were fighting with them. So the fighting is over? Did
I
you
really
cross them?
wish. I really wish, but I have no idea. I was right in the middle of battle. I started disappearing. And, I be it you. But they might be dead, they might be alive. Who knows? You have news of them?
Gore saw you fighting last he saw. His mark tells him more about the ops. It had to be a gift from Fnax to show you there. Gore knew you were coming.
Such an insightful one, darling.
Zora cuts in and she says, well, as much as we'd like to continue such conversations about past defeating of the ops, something tells me you won't have too much time here. As she motions towards Fabio's hand, it seems you'll be doing that poof thing again, which is good because we're going to need you to vacate these premises. If you walk into the Mushroom Village, there's going to have to be a procedure for all those outsiders.
Procedure, you say? Is it very invasive?
Yes, it will be once set up.
Then Gore would be like,
Well then, until you poof again, you drink with Gore. Get the quiet one. We celebrate for once.
"Oh, actually,
Please, a
I changed
celebration."
the loyal one. I'm so sorry. I changed her name to the loyal one. Yeah.
Wait, whose name?
Yeah, he's referencing the other one. Because Gore also wants to hear everything about what was going on in the snowy place.
And Zora also said, and wherever you go, keep your distance from the one bearing the black star. It's a long story, which I'm sure they'll tell you about, but once you arrive there, just say, I was told to stay away from the black star, wherever group you go to, whether it's back to the desert, back to the snowy mountains. There is a bit of animosity between those two marks that we don't want to see another purple square harmed. And then,
Oh dear, that sounds dreadful, but why exactly is there animosity?
She comes around the bar to kind of motion for you to like exit from around this side of the bar, and she says, the animosity is not something we understand quite yet. However, that mark on your arm, or the mark on your hand, it is placed there by some draconic sages for reasons we do not understand. But she starts to lead her out. But again, it was a pleasure meeting you. It's good to see a friendly face, and I will say, your style, although a bit too flashy for my taste, I do like the hair. She says as she motions towards the door.
Oh, thank you.
And Gore would motion towards the chair and hand you a drink because that's what Gore would do.
So you got
Bob, you will follow the party more.
I'm confused, in and out of character.
Yeah, actually, there's like two directives here. Would I follow?
So Azora's saying, "Hey, yo, you gotta get up out of here." Gore is saying, "You gotta sit down and have a drink with Gore." That's what I'm understanding.
You see, when Gore goes to, I guess Gore, you're about to hand him a drink.
Already done, bro. Would have zipped while you were trying to motion away. Would have already passed it.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Well, hold on, one thing. All right, question. So here's the cool thing about the tavern. You can do one of two things. You can get a simple drink, play it safe, we're all good. You get to choose just a simple, normal drink.
Bro, I don't know why you're doing this. Just, you know the answer. You know the answer. You know the answer.
Cowabunga.
You know the answer.
All right,
you know the answer.
Scale of 1 to 10, like full sun.
Yeah,
Come
give him
on,
the
dog.
fire water.
All right,
Come on, dog. Come
roll
on,
a
dog.
D100. Roll a D100.
I don't know if you'd expect anything less than this.
We don't know what this tavern does, but let's find out.
Hey, what better way?
We summon a Hydra, bro. All fun and games.
Let me know if anybody else is getting some random drink.
Kat, you drinking with me?
Oh, fuck yeah. Dude, let's bring it on.
That hospitality.
Here we go.
Here we go.
I'm excited.
That jaded Dragon Valley hospitality right here.
That's what it is. That's the old ways.
You see
The old ways.
You see Azora just shaking her head.
Not approved.
Oh, no. All right, and then Cat, roll a D100. Oh,
All
man.
right.
I hope they have open carry in the Mushroom Village.
Oh, hey man,
About to find out.
It's up to you. Y'all can do whatever the fuck y'all want.
Because we're about to take these drinks to go.
D100. Also, I rolled that insight for Agni earlier. I got an 18.
Gotcha. 18 for Agni. Oh yeah. No, it was not really needed because Agni told you what it was. Remember?
Oh, okay.
So for you, Gore, you get a Tamaradian. I don't even know what the fuck that other word is, and Zorka Berry Tonic. That's what you get. You notice as is there are purple swirls within the likes of this drink, and there is also glowing green fruit with a couple of a couple of cherries into this sort of thing. You look over and I mean, hey man, you drinking it?
I mean, I don't know why we're asking questions
All right,
here.
you got it. Make a Constitution saving throw.
All right. Jesus
oh my
Christ.
I need
god.
to cheers first.
Oh yeah. Can we
Oh,
cheers?
yeah, you're right. Hold on.
You have to.
Let me get you to this third thing. Also, Addy Dark, are you drinking with Fabio and Gore? Like right beside him and all that, or are you doing your own thing somewhere else?
This is the first drink in our tavern. It definitely has to have a cheers. I need a speech too.
You already know it's already rolled, bro. I know
right.
it's a 5. You give me that like moonshine. Let me give me that.
Hey man, I don't choose. The dice choose for you, bro. All right, this is Silver's Ale. You look over and it seems to be a little bit of a dwarven concoction of 200.
Oh, that's never good.
Dwarven
Nope.
concoction of 296% ABV. Good luck.
Jesus.
Wait, who's getting that? Not Fabio.
Addy Dark. That's Addy Dark. All right, Addy Dark, make a Constitution save and throw to that as well. Oh wait, no. Hold on.
Yeah.
My bad.
Just for order operations, though, I did want to just say something to Zora before we cheers and all that jazz.
Sure.
But yeah, we can do all the throws and shit.
Here, you can say that real quick while I'm getting all this.
Oh, Addy's dead. Addy's dead. He's dead.
We all need to cheers. So Cat, you want a Constitution saving throw too? We don't know what Cat has yet. We gotta wait.
Yeah.
Bro, I am dead.
I love it.
Zora
No
said,
tolerance.
Mining town, bro.
you hear Zora say,
Zero tolerance.
This is so perfect. You're gonna love this Cat. All right, you get a drink called Pixie Piss. It's a swirling myriad of rainbows inside. It says the description: rainbows everywhere. A colorful drink is as much a pleasure to indulge as it looks set.
Yo, I need you to send all these to the chat. I just need to see the drinks. They just need to be sitting here.
I will
need
show
to
you
memorialize
what
them.
you do with the effects and consequences.
Got you.
All right, so do we cheers and then I roll Constitution, or I roll Constitution right now?
Roll
I think
Constitution
rolling
right
Constitution.
now, but we can get it over with, and we'll do the cheers like right beforehand. But this is just so. Good lord! All right,
How
Fabio, one more
bad
for you.
Is Fabio?
We haven't had alcohol in a long time.
Yeah.
Constitution. All right, this is probably gonna be funny.
All right, you all fail. Okay, good to know. Oh boy.
Still.
All right, Addy, Dark, and Azor, let's get that conversation going real quick.
you see Azora say, as she sees, Gore just handing out the drinks. She says, just one, and we take it outside. Drink it as we go. And she kind of starts like mushing Gore and Fabio forward towards the door.
Oh, yeah. But can't we cheers first? This is quite unseemly not to cheers before
Yeah.
a drink.
Yeah, and he'd be like,
Quick one, if you're not drinking, respect the cheers. You have honor, do you not?
She looks at Gore and she just stares at him and she says, cheers. And then continues the motion for them to go towards the door.
and Gore's gonna kind of like plant himself down, like Gore's not really moving, for whatever it's worth. So Gore's there to drink. So
She athletics check to pick him up.
All right, Gore, make an acrobatics check.
Hold on.
I love it. I love it.
Go ahead, Adi.
Does
Hold on.
Fabio have time to cast a spell?
Hold on that thought real quick, because Addy Dark wanted to do something first. Go ahead, Addy.
As I see kind of Gord, they're both kind of staying their grounds. I go over to both of them, put my arms around them. It's funny. Me, the angry one, is going to have to talk you guys in, how should we say, a compromise? Azura, we'll cheers, we'll take one sip of the drink, and we'll move outside and finish our drink with the best of the, amongst the trees, as my people do. We find ourselves a nice, good old tree, and we have a good old powwow and share some times, and it seems that you want her escorted out, and Azura, I can do that as well, on a werewolf's honor.
You see Zora picking Gore up literally by his fro, like just picking him up like this, yanking him up above the stool, and then she just drops him and she says, "Make it quick," and then she heads towards the door.
The only thing that Gore would have grabbed is a drink for the loyal one, for the quiet one, since he asked for somebody to grab her, but nobody grabbed her, so he's bringing the drink to her.
You're bringing it to, all right, you got it. So that said, that is where everything's going. Okay. All right, what are these rolls looking like? Okay, you all failed, and dear Lord. Okay. Fabio, as you begin, yours is pretty simple. It's it's pretty light. But as you are sort of talking a little bit with Addy Dark, talking towards Gore, you just can't help but, I don't know, it just, you feel funny. You feel it's just very, very funny. You feel giggly. You find, like, even just the smallest sort of things, the flutter of Gore's wings, the likes of the tattoos amongst Addy Dark, it's just, everything around this whole establishment is just very, very funny. You just find everything almost extremely easy to laugh about, and also, you notice as you sort of stand up, but just a little tiny bit, you notice as you're sort of levitating for just like 1 foot off the ground.
Oh, dude.
You even notice as there are some tiny pixie wings sort of sprouting out amongst your back. As this is sort of happening and occurring, glitter is getting everywhere. It's terrible, but terrible for other people, fabulous for you. Gore, we're gonna look over it. What did you roll again, Gore?
Strong 9.
Oh God. All right, that was the. Oh, you got a no. The D100.
My D100 was the 90.
You got it. So for this one, that is. Oh yeah, this. This one doesn't really do anything, but Oh wait, you failed. Oh no, never mind.
Of course.
You feel as if for a brief second, you feel as old Gore. You feel strong. You feel powerful. You feel big like before for just a moment. But as you're trying to sort of motion over, you immediately feel big and strong for just a second before you lose all of that and you feel slow. Immediately you feel as if a sort of splitting headache is going about. But hey, the drinks make it a little bit better. You have disadvantage on wisdom checks for the next 3 hours, and you... Oh, boy. You also gain a +3 to strength for the time being, for the next 3 hours.
Got you.
Got you. And I will add... You can add that over towards your character. For the likes of Addy Dark, this is the one I'm worried about the most. What'd you get? What was number 5? Alright, yeah, there we go.
You got the dwarven stuff.
Oh God, it doesn't even matter.
I don't think it matters, bro.
As you begin to do so, you drink up and you feel your tongue and your insides just begin to burn for a large bit, as if it's almost like pure poison entering into you. Hold on, I'm gonna roll for this. You take 2d4 points of poison damage, so 5 points of poison damage. It's almost as if you were fighting the Hydra for just a brief moment. It's that bad. And as this sort of begins to happen, you're sort of talking, and you notice as a bit of spit begins to go onto the ground, and it is acid spit for a brief second. You look over and you get a little bit, just a simple sort of small conversation or yelling a little bit too loud, and you notice as a bit of the bar stool begins to slowly acidically burn away, almost breaking it. You'll notice this little mushroom individual kind of tips over a little bit, nearly falling out. But you essentially have a miniature version of Dragon's Breath, acid-wise, for the next hour. Or not, hold on, not next hour, next 10 minutes, my bad. Next 10 minutes. As this is sort of going on, what are you guys talking about? What are you guys doing? The choice is yours before we head over towards another group.
Darling, this is delicious. This is exactly what I needed. Oh, darling. Well, you must tell me, darling. Do you have gardens in here? I think you seem to be very well organized out here.
Bad wisdom? Of course. Gore will be like, of course we do! Come eat with us to the gardens! Gore will show you the way!
I wouldn't let that shit ride. So we were supposed to escort this individual out of the village, apparently. Sorry, you said that I just am spitting acid. Was there any other effects?
No other effects for that. It seems to be your insides are just burning. It is a terrible, terrible time right now. But every little bit of time you kind of speak, you kind of spit a little bit of acid out on the ground. So you're having a little bit of trouble conveying yourself without getting acid everywhere and killing everybody in the process.
Gore, there will be no gardens tonight. I gave Azura my honor. And you know how she feels about that.
Darling, we can still go wherever you'd like, but we can...
Hey, watch out. He's throwing that thing. And you'll see this guy will sort of back up from the acid going everywhere from Addy Dark. Takes a drink and begins to walk away a little bit. Go ahead.
Addy got the suffering succotash going on right now.
Yeah, literally. Oh, man.
But yeah,
we can go wherever you'd like.
Or with the hey, I gave Azura my honor, and I guess I'm trying to just convince him we need to just be out of here and escort this person. So trying to just be persuasive, I guess. I don't know.
Well, yeah, hey man, when it comes to player versus player sort of stuff, not like combat or anything like that. You gotta make a convincing enough argument for them to be able to justify leaving. Also, you would notice as a bit of your arm is slowly starting to, it's kind of like the same thing when you were at the Kindred Spirits base. You'd notice as it is slowly beginning to turn transparent once more.
Gore wouldn't fight you on it. I don't think he would. I mean, he's just a drunk. At this point, you just gotta push him in the direction you want him to go. He'll just be a little harder to push than what you would have thought he would be. That's all.
Oh no, Zora was still there. She was just at
still
the
there.
door.
Gotcha.
Yeah, she was just at the door.
All right, that changes everything. So I would motion to Azura to get these folks out. I'll push Gore around, and I'll have Azura
Can Azura see that Fabio's injured?
Yeah. Unless Fabio, you would have patched yourself up beforehand. You would have plenty of time. All right, that's fine.
Yeah, I probably would.
Okay, never mind then.
I don't. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. As Fabio's starting to fade a bit, Azura will come in to grab the cup to be like, we don't want this crashing on the floor if you just poof out of existence right now.
Wasn't done with that.
She just takes it. And then she puts her arm around Fabio to kind of walk her to the door.
Whoa,
yes,
hold on. How tall is Azura?
Zora's like 5'10", 5'9", 5'10".
How tall is Fabio again?
6'7".
Oh, I guess not arm around the shoulder. Arm around the waist.
Oh, darling, getting comfortable. I like that. Yes, of course. I'll follow you. But even if we take a little detour in the gardens, you'll still be holding your word, of course.
she looks over at Fabio's height and she says, as you're disappearing, she says, well, it appears you won't have too much time for that, so let's just get you on your way. And Moshe drags her along to the door. Drags him along to the door.
You got it. Addy Dark, I assume you follow, and as you do, where were you guys headed towards? So, like, Azor, you're just escorting them basically outside of the village?
Yes.
Fabio, Gore, are you fighting it or not?
I think Gore would be too much trying to hear more about the wintry place. Like before they fade, Gore would say something else. So just whatever. He's just kind of drunk, just following whatever it is.
Got it.
Fabio's pretty like if you dangle a shiny thing long enough, Fabio is gonna go with it. So he'll end up following Hazurum.
As this sort of happens, you guys would be heading over. Are you heading over towards where you sort of? Because there's not really like an official entrance at the moment. Those spirits are kind of building it
this
up
way, like this way.
Yeah, I was thinking that way too.
Are you throwing it over to the Sewer King's lair? God damn.
I mean, wherever the exit is, this way-ish.
Yeah,
I'm guessing.
This direction is what I was
got it. So, as you're doing, so you guys can move your tokens and all that stuff. But
Azor, as they're walking, Azor will say to you, "Look, this is nothing personal. We just have rules and regulations here. Clearly, you come from a place that's a bit more lax, but I just want you to know this is no hard feelings. As a fellow bearer of the Purple Square, I do wish you the most safety and wherever you go. And if anything, you could write us a letter. Let us know you got wherever you're going next safely."
You have
The stench one.
Yeah,
Tell him more about the stench one. I'm sorry. Yeah, I wouldn't try to interrupt you. Yeah, he would amp up on it. I guess two drunks would probably sound that way though.
Go ahead, Fabio.
What was I gonna say? Sorry.
You asked him if we had access to something.
Right. So I hear these red triangles are used for communication around here. Do you have one of those?
Yes, we of course do. And yes, that is a way of communication. However, I found writing other squares letters was a faster form. But if you do, wherever you go next, find somebody with a triangle, if you send us a message, I'll be glad to see you made it wherever you're going safe. Because you bear that mark, I assume you're someone that is not an enemy with us. And before you know it, whatever you got going on will surely align with the rest of us who bear these marks.
Oh, darling, I'm only here to make friends. I wouldn't want to harm you. Except, of course, if you want to harm me.
If we wanted that, you would surely be buried. That is not what we want. For those who bear the marks, we understand that we're in this together, whether we all like it or not. And so for that, I definitely wish you the best wishes on your travels. And she motions this towards the exit.
As you begin to do so, Fabio, do you follow?
Yeah.
All right. As you begin to do so, you all begin to walk over towards the sort of exit of the village, and with each step that you begin to take, Fabio, you notice as more and more of your form begins to become more and more transparent. Is there any final things you wish to do before you look down and you see that you're pretty much gone?
There's one thing Azor would like to do. Azor would like to use her mark to see Fabio. Like she saw the other people with marks had people behind them, so she's curious if another square also has people behind them.
Only looking at Fabio, right?
Yeah,
You
only
got
looking
it.
at Fabio.
As you begin to do so, you look over and your eyes begin to glow in astral light for just a moment. and you see as an individual begins to form before you. Fabio, you look over and you see as almost as if something strange begins to act up with the likes of your hand for just a moment in time. Purple square begins to start glowing for a brief second, but Azora, regardless, you look over towards Fabio and you see a larger, stronger woman who seems to have black hair and wields a giant maul. But you look over towards them, and it seems to be that they have been eviscerated. An arm completely blown off, and the likes of a bit of their neck completely ripped by the arcane, and a hole through their entire torso. As you look behind Fabio, and you see the likes of Spike, this individual.
That is quite interesting.
For a brief moment, Fabio, your mark begins to glow for a second. You see as Azora is sort of eyeing you up and down, or almost looking past you for a moment. Regardless, eventually you see as the astral eyes begin to slowly start fading and changing. Fabio, you doing anything?
So I don't see this large
You do not
woman.
see. You do not see them behind you.
As Fabio sees Azura's eyes go astral, Fabio's eyes are going to go astral as well, for a few seconds, and then turn back to their normal brilliant blue.
For a brief moment, Fabio, you do your small sort of fey trick, but you do notice as you see as several shadowy individuals begin to form behind the likes of Azora. All different shapes, all different sizes. You even see the likes of a small warforged individual at one point. Regardless, you see as the individuals fade before them, and eventually the individual behind Fabio fades. With that, is that everything that you guys all do, Voden Knights?
So I'm still walking next to Gore, and I'm imagining that, like, instead of, like, walking arm in arm, Fabio is going to be offering a pinky. Because how tall exactly is Gore?
Strong foot and a half. Strong foot and a half. Strong foot and a half.
Yeah, so
Strong foot and a half.
Fabio is offering a pinky.
So
For you to hold if you want.
So yeah, I guess, and with this review, Gordon noticed that she was starting to that they were starting to phase out.
Yeah, I'd assume so. But
okay, so Gore would say,
Are you leaving so soon, Flourish One?
Oh, darling, I wouldn't want to be separated from you, but alas, I guess the heavens are calling me back.
And Gore would say, and Gore for a second would like look like he has just resolved for a second, like he's just sobering himself up for just a second. And Gore would be like,
Gore will crush the Ops in the snow because Phoenix sees it so. God knows there's a reason he met you too.
And he would say,
Flourish One, it was an honor, if only if we drink for tonight. Give Ambrosie my best.
And Gore kiss both her cheeks again. Kiss both their cheeks, so yeah.
Oh, darling, I certainly will. Should be more than happy to hear from you. But yes, it's been an absolute pleasure meeting you, and I'm sure that you'll have the might and the strength to destroy any enemy in your path.
But while Gore was kissing her cheek, he would actually whisper to her. I don't know if I should do it off stream.
You can message me if you want.
Yeah, you can just message me if you want.
I'm gonna message it.
You got it.
Awesome.
And with that, as you begin to message them, or not message them, as you begin to whisper into the likes of their ears, you'll see as eventually begin to start descending gore before Fabio eventually begins to fade off. And as this sort of happens, you look over and there's sort of an explosion of sort of Fey and pixie dust that begins to spray onto the ground and more. You look over towards one another, and anybody who's interacted with Fabio, there is like a bit of like glitter on somewhere amongst your forms, and it's the type of glitter that just doesn't come out for days, maybe even weeks, and it is just there. That being said,
Wow, we all been to Atlanta. We know what kind of glitter you're talking about.
we all
Just
understand.
just a little bit, not too
all
much.
know.
not too much. All right.
Yeah.
It's the classy glitter.
And with that, Fabio, as you disappear, thank you, Quaint Cat, for joining in for this quick little cameo. I appreciate you for doing so, especially on short notice.
Thank
It
you
was
for having
fun.
me.
It was fun.
It really is, and like I'm so happy that I got to play with y'all just at least for a little bit. But even though we don't usually get to hang out together so much, but yeah, it was so great, and thanks for having me. And y'all are amazing.
That was
This,
dope.
this
Appreciate
is
you.
not.
Appreciate
This is not how I thought you were gonna meet Gore. I thought you were gonna meet Gore in much different circumstances, but I'll take this. It was fun as well.
This is probably the best way to meet Gore, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sure Fabio is gonna want to have more conversations with Gore.
There we
Hey,
go.
we're always a call away. Red triangle us.
Perfect.
And with that, thank you, Kat. I'm gonna fix the overlay in a bit. You can pop out, and I guess just pretty much watch from the stream.
I don't know if I'll stay awake for the whole thing, but yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Bye bye.
See you. Alrighty, let me go over to that. So let's head over towards while this is all happening, let's head over towards Cora for a bit. As they are pretty much, they've been in the arena off towards the other side of the village for a little while. Cora, what have you been doing off to the side for the past like hour or yeah, about an hour or so, as you awaken in the arena?
Not playing Madden. She's just practicing, man. That's it. Practicing by herself. Wondering, team must be having a good sleep right now because ain't seen nobody. Oh, man, like niggas is taking that long rest. Like, shit, crazy. It'd be a shame if something was to pop off and nobody got Cora, but I know that didn't happen. So I don't even know why I even brought that up because I know that didn't happen. So she just doing Cora-like things, I guess.
Oh man, unlucky. With that, I'm fixing up the overlay, but I think that should be everything. All right, so Cora, if that's all you are doing, what is the likes of Zaman doing off to the side as you were in the likes of the Alchemist lab?
Yeah, he's gonna tip to grab some more poisons and then go talk to Mao.
All right, easy enough. Mao would actually be oh yeah, if you said you're crafting a couple more poison, what are you doing?
Yeah, he would have crafted a couple more poisons, assuming that like everybody was still asleep, and then once Mao woke up, he would go talk to him.
You probably have time for about one poison, so if you want to make that roll once more, as with the poisoner's kit.
Yep, let me.
So you need actually one more successful roll, and then you'll actually become proficient with the poisoner's kit. So this is just a straight wisdom check, and you have advantage.
Excellent. And he will. I'll do that first. Then I'll say what poison he's gonna try to make.
Well, try to say the poison first, and then the poison, because that'll determine the DC. Just know the top poisons; those are the easier ones to make.
Yeah, he's gonna do the Assassin's Blood. That was the next one on his list.
All right, Assassin's Blood, you got it.
Ugh.
One more time, because you have advantage.
All right.
17. Nah, you're good. As you begin to do so, you take a little bit of time and you begin to start making a couple more poisons. using the likes of all the materials and more to your knowledge and also to your availability. And with that, Zaman, you kind of look over and you've got this sort of system down to a T. It seems to be that you're pretty confident in making poisons at this point in time. Probably a very, very useful asset to the likes of Voden Knights. Zaman, you officially gain proficiency with your Poisoner's Kit. So you can add that into your character sheet on D&D Beyond, and I will add it over here as well to you. Excellent. All right. But heading over towards the arena, or not, getting everything wrong. Heading over towards Mal, there we go. You're gonna have to kind of go a little bit ways back and heading over a little bit further into the village, as Mal would be kind of off to the side doing, they seem to be kind of, how you say, managing a couple things and managing a little bit of their sort of makeshift bag shop that they don't really have an actual official stall to work at. They kind of been doing their own thing. As this is sort of occurring, Zaman, make a perception check for me. 12. You look over and you see as there's something something begins to catch your eye just a little bit, and you'd see as this mushroom begin to start walking. Well, they begin to notice you and they begin to start walking away. As this is sort of happening, you notice as there is a little bit of an etching on the likes of this small mushroom home. It seems to be painted over a little bit, but there also is some sort of strange Disney. This. Bam, give me 1 second. Roll a d12 for me. You hear me?
Say that again?
Roll a d12 for me.
Oh, d12. Copy.
A 10. Oh boy. You look over and you see as there is a makeshift sort of etching onto the tree, and it says also a bit of words. It says the following: her cold dead stare makes me scared. And you see as there's a little bit of ice shards amongst the likes of the sort of tree. You get the sense of what this individual is talking, or who this individual is talking about.
Copy. Can I? He's going to go and try to follow this individual to see where they go.
Sure thing. They seem to just pretty much displace themselves. They seem to just be talking over with these sort of mushrooms off to the side.
Okay, what was Amon do? He will call over to Phil.
All right, call over to Phil. Easy enough. As you do so, you look over and Phil has been kind of just sort of roaming around the village. What would you like to talk to him about?
Zaman would say, Phil, who is that character over there?
Pointing over to this guy.
Yeah, the one who did what he did.
Oh, that's just oh, that guy, he's just sort of Rick. It's nothing crazy or anything like that.
It says his name is Rick.
Yeah.
Where does he stay?
I mean, well, most of the villagers, we kind of just stay all around. We don't really have too much of like homes. That's mainly reserved for the elders. Most of the mushrooms, the village is their sort of house or home.
And understood. Who are his associates?
Oh, I don't know, but I can get that information for you.
Yes, get it to me immediately and report to me and Azora.
Sure thing.
And then Zaman will go back to what he was doing.
All right, as you do, you go over towards Mao. What do you say towards him?
He says, Mal, I've gathered the non-hostile and the hostile mechanical creatures we talked about before. If you were to study them and get an understanding so we can more easily control them, that would be greatly appreciated.
Well, yeah, I can do something like that. I've been struggling a little bit with the rain, but I mean, it seems to be lightening up soon, at the very least. But that said, yeah, I can do that. Where's the sort of, I guess, mechs?
Yeah, here's the fish. He'll hand him the fish. He would have kept it in some form of water, to preserve it. And then he says, and I also have a mechanical owlbear that I've tamed. It's in the animal pen next to the alchemy lab.
Okay. Oh, also I meant to mention, here I got Addy Dark's gauntlets. I think you refer to them as mittens. Well, I mean, they don't look like mittens, so hopefully he's okay with that. But yeah, here, do you know where he is? I can give them to him on the way there.
I have no idea where Addy Dark is, but you can hand them to me, and I'll make sure he gets them.
All right. That being said, you'll see.
Sorry, just one small retcon. That fish was definitely dead. I accidentally killed it, and Zaman wasn't.
It's it was the fish from the net.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, because Traw caught a couple like normal fish, but also a couple like I think one mecha fish.
Understood.
All right. So you'll see as he begins to hand over the gauntlets off to the side, and as you do, you'll see his mount begins to start walking over, but he'll begin to sort of kind of poke you a little bit, like kind of for you to lean down. So he needs to tell you something in private.
He's gonna say something private to me?
Yeah. Like, hey,
Alright, he'll get close to him to listen.
Hey, glad that you came here, especially, it's kind of coincidental. But what the fuck is this? See, his mouth actually curses and says, and looks over, and you'll see as a bit of propaganda or something is being placed onto the likes of this sort of stand, and it says the following. He'll put you in a metal suit. Keep your eyes on him. Keep all eyes watching.
Zaman reads that and says, Mal, don't concern yourself with that. We have it under control.
Okay. I just happened to sort of walk over here and I noticed it and I was just like, is everything okay? Just making sure.
Everything is perfectly fine. You know, people don't understand what has been given to them and begin to get spoiled and restless. So, we will give them something to do.
Okay. I guess so. Alright.
Oh, one last thing, Mal.
Mm-hmm.
Remember those walls we discussed? The ones
yeah.
that are driven off the mana reserve. Can you I've already talked to the builder spirits about building them, but can you oversee the construction while
I
while
can do that.
Thank you.
No problem. Alright, let's get going. With that,
Alright.
you'll begin to head over looking for the likes of Addy Dark and more, and eventually, I mean, I'd assume you guys would head back towards the main village. Zaman, as you're looking over for these individuals, let's head over back towards the Voden Knights in the trade district. Where is each and every one of you headed? Let's start over with Agni. Where are you going? What are you doing? Or are you just waiting for the others to kind of return?
No, Agni would have left that, knowing that Azura was there, and he would have went to practice his blacksmithing.
You got it. Anywhere specific, or just pretty much just anywhere you can kind of find?
Probably would have been just, there's not like a designated place for it, so it'd probably just be in the war room.
You got it.
Or like right outside of it, most likely.
Easy enough. We can sort of chalk that up to a roll. As you sort of do so, make a, I believe it's it's a wisdom check for me. Yeah, just make a simple wisdom check. 6. It's taking you a little bit more time. You're lacking the likes of a forge. You're lacking the likes of, like, somewhere sort of official to kind of work on these things, and lacking also the bit of space, but you're trying your best to understand it, and it's taking you a little bit more time than you anticipated, but that's kind of what you're doing off to the side, off into the war room. Meanwhile, for that, anything else you'd be doing over there, Agni?
Just at some point he would have picked up the cat from Alep. I don't know if he would have been sleeping or anything like that. But he would have just checked on his progress overall and wanted to claim the cat before we head out.
You got it. For the sake of brevity, Alep would have basically said that they've been struggling a little bit, but it's taking a little bit of time. They'll probably need to head over towards the arena. He also, again, sake of brevity, he probably also would have requested maybe some additions to the likes of the arena if possible. Something for more arcane-based users rather than just sort of martial users. Maybe a, how you say, like, either targets for ranged attacks or something like that.
How do we... Is that just like another upgrade for it, or
Yeah,
I don't
it's
remember
just-
seeing that in the buildings?
Yeah, so for mechanics and all that stuff, it's just a simple upgrade. For upgrades like that, that would only cost a total of 4 materials.
Okay. He would acknowledge him. Whatever remaining time he would have, he would kind of go over just fire-based cantrips with him.
Alright. Is that in the arena, or is that, like, just in the village?
Yeah, we would move over to the arena. If Korra is there, we would see Korra, but that's what we'd be doing with the rest of the time.
Got it. That's where Agni's sort of headed. Zora, Addy Dark, and Gore. What about you three? What are you doing? Or where are you guys headed?
Gore would have tried to find Korra and gave her a drink in his drunken state before going to bed, but that's it.
Oh, you already went to bed. You woke up.
Oh, okay. Well, then that drink's still sitting there spoiling. But he's with Addy for the hunt. The only thing I try to do it out of character is quick is he would tell him everything that he saw in his vision, saw everything about the snowy place. Say that he saw Fabio there, and that there was still fighting to be done, and in all intents and purposes, he would be pushed to that place because in his mind, Finax gave him that vision through his mark because that's an important place for them to go.
Mm-hmm. Now, question. So you would know kind of roughly the distance of this spider. It is a very, very far distance at this point. Are you still going out to find it? Like, it would take at least an hour and a half to get there, at least. Are you guys
an hour and a half? That's it to get the spider?
Yeah, it gets to the
Say
spider.
less, fam. Hour and a half it's not that bad. But he would definitely, without a doubt, just want to make sure he help Addy finish this out because clearly this thing has to be done. And like I said, he would definitely want to push the group at some point if we're heading that direction. Actually, he probably feel urgency about it since it was filled with corruption. But yeah,
let me get
that's
this.
all I'm
So
saying.
let me make sure I'm understanding this. So you guys will go out, you and Addy Dark, for a hunt by yourselves again, an hour and a half away. After you guys just nearly dealt with that shit and nearly died 4 times in a row.
Hey, Sensei, just let them do it, bro. They want new characters.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. That's fine.
Well,
That's perfectly fine. I'm just making sure.
So I just had one other question too. The floating island stuff. Do I know directionally where that is? Like, I
Yeah,
guess
you can see him.
Is it the same direction of where we go for the spider? That's what I'm saying. Is like, are we
No.
pushing in that direction?
No.
All right.
So the floating islands are to the west from where you guys are at. The village or spider or where the fuck that thing went to, that is towards the north.
Okay. Gore again, he present the information only because having that, he doesn't know how long he's going to be able to track him. It just seemed like it was an important bit of information. So that's it. That's all he would offer up. What they do is what they decide to do. What the group decides to do is what the group decides to do. So.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, are you telling the whole group this? Is this just you and me talking? What is?
Yeah.
Maybe we should
Where
start
are you
RP
talking?
Maybe we should start.
Oh, Gore would have gave that information to everybody, bro. He would have gave that
you
information to
got-
everybody.
Everybody is everywhere. You're gonna have to gather them real quick.
Yeah, like,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah. Well, then that'd be the thing. Gore would say, we can go somewhere just to get everybody, and we got to get all the information straight because clearly our solo dolo hunts shouldn't be solo dolo hunts, but he would want to get everybody together and tell them.
You got it. All right, so that's what Gore's getting ready to do. Azora, where are you headed? What are you about to do?
Azora was supposed to meet with, Moss, Riles, Vast, and Inaki before headed to the floating isles.
All right, so that's where you're headed. Anywhere
Yeah,
specific you're heading? Or
yeah,
meeting them?
the war room. The war room is where she would meet up with them.
All right. So, Vased and Addy Dark, where are you just help or finding everybody with Gore?
No.
But on the way there, everyone that she sees and runs into, she'll say, finish up what you're doing, so we could get on up out of here.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Addy Dark.
I think Addy Dark would just turn to Azora and let her know that that I'm gonna do just like a perimeter check, I guess, because it seemed like you didn't like the quote-unquote intruder. So he'll do some perimeter checks with Gashir, and while they're gathering everybody up, and whenever Gore finally gathers everyone, I'll just come in line. It's all good.
You got it. All right, so that's what Addy Dark is doing. Gore's finding everybody, and Azora is getting the likes of Riles and more. So I'm gonna move us back over towards this map. All right. Now, at this point, you would probably hear as not Addy Dark, but Agni seems to be working on. Actually, no, you actually wouldn't. Yeah, never mind, you wouldn't. But as this is sort of happening, Azora, you walk into the war room, and eventually you see as Riles finally finds you, along with the other sort of Myconid warriors and individuals. As you're sort of in here, let me go grab them. Alright, hopefully I have all of their things, or I may need to. Nah, okay, that's fine. Give me 1 second, let me go grab their tokens. It's nothing too crazy though. They should be over here. Bam, bam, and there we go. Alright, I think I got everybody. Sorry about the delay. Wait, what the? Did it not copy over? That's fine. Alright. As you begin to eventually bring all of them inside, you look over and you'll see as Riles is a little bit tired as they've been trying to chase after you guys for a while. But eventually they do sort of have you. Kind of to be able to speak on what is kind of going on, to give you a little bit of a status report. As you guys are kind of in this sort of frontal area of the war room, what do you say towards them, Azora?
All she would say is, quickly, report, we got things to do. Gather around the table, or bar, whatever this is.
Yo. Actually, wait, hold on. Actually, no, you won't. Never mind. You'll see as Riles begins to sort of speak, as he begins to try to quickly convey the information, and says, real quick, couple things. So, the mentioned before, the whole kids thing, having nowhere to play because built on top of their built their house on top of the playground, yada yada yada. There's also been rumors, you kind of already know this, I'd assume, but you guys showing up to the village, bloodied up, covered in armor and more. It's kind of terrifying to the rest of the sort of villagers. They're not really used to too many warriors because, I mean, Gashir is, he's powerful in his own right, but there's only one of them, you know? So that's all. Some people, though, I don't know if have you seen the little gatherings, a couple of the rumors? It's very, very small, but I've heard a couple like murmurs.
What type of murmurs?
Okay, so get this is freaking crazy. There are some people are believing the Voden Knights are a bad omen. The village didn't deal with the likes of these astral creatures until you guys arrived. And this is very, very small talkings, like only a couple. I've been trying to track their voices, but I haven't had much luck. But Yeah, it's been some of those sort of talks. Apparently, there is this individual who's being claimed as a prophet of the sorts, spreading false information, or rather, kind of stupid name, not gonna lie, but Mama Murphy is what they're referring themselves as. I don't know. But point is, they're spreading like propaganda, a little bit of rumors, information about the Voden Knights, and saying like you guys are gonna bring the downfall among the village. No one knows what this Mama Murphy looks like, but some of their propaganda's been spread out through the village. I don't know if you've came across any of that yet.
Okay. Riles and Moss, you two gather more information on this Mama Murphy, Vast and Inaki. I have a special assignment for you two. I want you to figure out how many soldiers or individuals in general at the nearest Zhao dynasty outpost. We're going to have to split you guys up as a group for this one. I need this information upon my return. I will be leaving for not sure how long, but in that time, Rouse, you're in charge. Moss, Vast, Inaki, you all listen to him. And she will hand Vast the two short swords and Inaki the long bow. She said, Inaki, you're going to be the scouts of the group. So you need to get good with making sure you cover up your trail as well as hunt down others without being spotted yourself. Vast, you're going to have to get good with, well, if the time ever comes, dispatching of enemies. Rouse, you already know your job. And Moss, you are Rouse's second in command. You'll be an inquisitor. Find this Mama Murphy, Rouse and Moss. And Vastinaki, find out all information you can about that camp of the Zhao outpost camp.
And that's
currently
Vast and Naki who are doing that?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. Vast and Inaki, yeah. Currently, we have a truce, but something tells me that will be breaking soon. You all understand your assignments?
You'll see as they all begin to nod without saying a word.
And she says, okay. She says, good. This is why I like you all. Good. The last thing I want to say is make sure y'all communicate with each other when you set down routes. I'm not sure how it works, but always keep each other in the loop. You four are the defense of this place if there's anything to happen to us. Like I told you before.
Sorry to interrupt. So when we become earthbound, that is a connection to the entire colony. It probably wouldn't be the smartest thing to transfer information through a sort of where everyone could hear. We'd need some sort of device or some sort of means to be able to talk only between, us four.
Understood. So yeah, we won't use that then. But we'll have to figure out a way for you all to communicate over vast distances that doesn't involve others' ears. Leave that up to me and Agni to figure that out. But for now, you all have your assignments. Get training with your bows and your short swords. You all dismissed, except for Riles. Stay here for a moment.
So what's going to happen? All the Myconids will begin to slowly walk out and fan out to their respective goals and jobs.
Riles, this is a special assignment I have for you. She's gonna hand Riles 19 gold. Yep. So that'll leave me with 50. Let me go put that. She's going to, let me put that in. She's gonna hand him 19 gold, and she's gonna say, look, do whatever it takes. Find out information about the clan of Oculai being either turned into night creatures such as vampires or working with the Zhao dynasty. Spend this gold in whatever way you deem necessary to find that information. It may take a long time, but this should get you started.
As you begin to hand them the likes of this gold, you'll see as they nod and begin to sort of say, I'll make sure to put this to good use.
And she nods and she says, good luck, and may your footsteps ever be shrouded in shadow. On your way.
As this begins to happen, you'll see as Rouse begins to head out and begins to eventually leave. Azora, as you begin to do so, you head towards the likes of, or inside of the sort of, what do you call it, the war room, correct?
Yep.
Alright. Eventually, after a bit of time, Gore, Addy Dark, and more, you all would begin to gather the rest of the Voden Knights. Are you grabbing like everybody, like Trog, Hannibal, and everybody like that, or are you just grabbing like the marked ones?
It would probably have been the marked ones. And what did we say we're taking Gashir on this trip?
Oh man.
I think that was Addy said we're taking Gashir.
Yeah, that is correct.
So yeah. I guess Gashir as well. I guess.
Oh dear lord. All right. As that is happening, I'll grab all of your tokens.
I mean, I wouldn't treat, bro. This dude needs to get properly hazed before he's allowed in rooms with us. I would just say he's coming along, and he's just gonna be like, yeah, like he doesn't need to be in the know of any of this. He's gonna be like, yo, Kashir, we out, and he's gonna have to be like, yes, sir. That's he's
you got it. He is gonna be a case in like, all right, you just wait outside here. We'll be back in a minute.
That works too.
Yeah, like, bro, he ain't. It's like, yeah, bro, he ain't get. Come on, bro. You know what I'm saying.
All right, you guys can move your tokens inside whenever you wish. But yeah.
Sensei.
Mm-hmm.
Once everyone's gathered, Zaman is going to enact his red triangle to see if he's got any replies.
All right, you got it. I'm gonna drag Cora in here, drag Addy Dark. Agni, eventually you'd begin to arrive a little bit later than the others, but eventually you begin to walk on in and find the rest of the Voden Knights already here in attendance and ready to go. You can put yourself wherever you need to sit down, but Zaman, is that what you guys are gonna do first? Activating the red triangle and doing all of those sort of stuff?
Yeah.
Alrighty, so Zaman, as you begin to activate the red triangle, you see as eventually forming off to the side, you'll see as your hand or the mark upon your hand begins to slowly extend and look out towards the veil itself. Looking inside, you see as you have messages from, make sure. You have messages from two individuals, seeming to be one from a group in the sands and another one from a group in the likes of the snow, the taiga. Which one would you like to look towards first?
I guess the taiga, because I think Azora mentioned somebody who died there, so he'd be curious what they say.
Alright. So, as this begins to happen, you look over and inside of a small sort of warehouse of the sorts. You look inside and you would see as there is a handful of individuals. Agni, make a history check with advantage.
Okay. Nice.
7. Gotcha. Copy. You look over and inside of this sort of strange mill, there are several skeletons that seem to be up and about, several individuals, but the individual who seems to speak would be the likes of a bearkin. Brown bear with a bit of armor towards them and an arsenal of weapons amongst their form. Let me switch over towards the map and let me show you what I'm talking about. Agni, as you're kind of looking over into this sort of form, you look over and you see as this individual over here, they look familiar, but you're not entirely sure where. You try to think about it for a second, and then it just completely loses you for a minute. Regardless, As the woman or the bear woman begins to speak, this is what they say. This is in response to what Azora mentioned before last time.
Hello, Azora.
Wait, that's not the right one. What the heck? That's the one from... Hold on, let me go grab that one again. There we go, this one.
Thank you very much for your warning and your words. We just finished our battle between the Black Star and the Purple Square. We're still getting everything together and figuring things out. But thank you for the warning, and as of right now, we do plan on attending the tournament once we finish our quest in Hell to rescue someone, and then hopefully seal up the portal, which was created by wild magic, and not necessarily something we intended to do, but something we're trying to fix. So thank you. We will be in contact later.
With that, as you begin to hear the message off towards them, you see as the visuals begin to freeze, but regardless, Voden Knights, what do you say or do in response?
I think
audio, Sensei?
I think
I couldn't hear it.
Gotcha.
I think Azora would just give a quick response back whenever you're ready.
Hold on, let me let everybody else hear it first, and I got you. Just in case they want to do anything. Probably not, but just in case, you know. Voice over R3. No, not that one. This one, this is the Valley. Alright, look in the in-game content chat, and you will see a more accurate thing. The actual voiceover is 40 seconds long. So, you can deafen on Discord if you gotta, so you can hear that over. Alright. Regardless, while that's sort of happening, you also do notice as there is another message from the likes of the desert or group of individuals, but looking inside, you would see as there is still a handful of individuals, some of which who you haven't necessarily seen before, Azora, but you do notice as some of them are kind of familiar. You've only really seen this group like once or twice, maybe at the most. Alright. With that, alright, Azora, what would you like to say or do in response?
Yeah, so it'll just be a couple of seconds, but let me know when you're ready.
Yep, we're good.
Appreciate the cooperation. Good luck on whatever you're doing.
Also, we have two individuals seeking out people. A companion named Mao is looking for Lika, and a companion named Fio is looking for someone named Ingot. If you heard of them, we'll appreciate any information you have.
And with that, you'll see as the mark begins to stop activating for a moment, and the recording is saved. With that, you look over, and do you guys go towards the next message?
Yeah.
Easy peasy. As you go over towards these individuals, you'll see as... Oh boy, this is... You'll look over, and I won't show the map of this one because it's going to be too ridiculous to load, but that's fine. You'll look over, and you'll see as the individuals in the desert with the likes of Phoebe, or Nephiba Morga to some... They will begin to sort of be gathered around the likes of a small rocky mesa, but there is also a new individual amongst their little troop. They seem to be pale skinned with a little bit of black hair with green highlights. Looking over towards them, Azora, you can make a perception check.
Alright. Oh, that was persuasion. My bad.
17 or 25. With that, you look over towards them, Oculai sight coming into play. You look over, and as this woman stands there, they seem to be clad in armor and steel with a bit of raven sort of aesthetics. you notice amongst their hand, ever so slightly, there seems to be a purple glow. You could probably assume that they would also bear the purple square. But regardless, the individual speaking this sort of message, you would notice as the one who seems to be the speaker for this group, the likes of Zale. As the blonde-haired individual speaks towards you all, this is what they say.
Hello, Azura. Thank you for the warning. We will make sure to take precautions for what you have told us. But if I may inquire, how did the Dragon Sages influence these marks? And just one more question, if you have the time after you're done chasing someone, whatever. How did you get this information, as the person with the 2 dots in our group also had received similar information? So we're just curious as all. Good luck chasing someone. Yeah.
Know that? See as the message begins to freeze with Zale Zanakis sort of closing it out. What do you guys all say or do?
Well, since it was directed at her, she'll answer. Just let me know when you're ready.
You got it, and we're good.
It's good to hear from you again. To be honest, we're not sure how the Dragon Sages influences all the marks, just the black mark, the black star in particular. We know that there's heavy influence in that mark. How they influence the others, it has not come to bear yet. So, can't really say. How we found out about all this, there's a person in our group with a broken mark who told us that the individual with the purple square in their group was killed by the one bearing the black star. I too was attacked by the one bearing the black star in our group, and we came to find knowledge that the one bearing the blue square was killed by the one bearing the black star in their group. All this information came from different sources and different people, but either way, it seems to be bearing truth, and that is the thing that we want to let everyone who holds the purple square know.
In addition, we are seeking out 2 individuals for our companions. One by the name of Lika, a person named Mal, her father is looking for her, and another person by the name of Ingots, a person named Philo is looking for them. If you have any information upon them, it would be greatly appreciated if you would share it.
With that, you'll see as the red triangle begins to close out. Is there anything else you'd like to send, or is that all you guys need?
If we didn't get anything from the Ascent, I guess we're good.
Yeah, I guess we're good.
Alrighty. With that, as the messages begin to close out, Zaman, the red triangle returns back towards your hand. You look over, and is there anything else you guys need to discuss before heading out towards your next adventure or trip?
Well, actually, Sean, you trying to do anything?
No, I'm good.
You know,
Alright.
only thing is, Gore would tell y'all that the spider is tracked to wherever it is. It's about an hour and a half out, and he'd recant the vision in the snow where he saw the corrupted there, and he feels they need to go that way. But that's all he'd say. And could Gore actually mark on the map where he thought it was coming from? Did they make
With the where?
the where the corrupted snow area thing was going down? I don't know how Addy would feel about it being in the snow, but Gore would mark it right on the map exactly.
You
where
don't
it
know
was.
exactly where it is, but like you don't have like you don't have like a Google World Map displayed towards you, and you can just pick the point. But you do know the direction of where it would be, though.
Okay, Gore would point. He said he knew it was about 10 days out, and then he would point to where the spider lady is. Just quick, is that brand gonna leave if I were to cast it right on someone else?
Yep, it would.
All right, yeah. So it's time sensitive. Once it's gone, it's gone. If we get into a scrap, it may have to go. So Gore's just gonna point out where that is.
So yeah, Azur would say, well, that seems to be all we need to do around here. Let's gather our things and get going.
Well, no, I got one other thing I gotta do. Cora's gonna give out the letters to everybody.
As you begin to do so, you'll see his core hands out a letter towards pretty much each of you. They seem to be wrapped up and more, but Cora, you can continue.
She would say something along the line of take this for what it is. Because the person, who was it, Phil?
It was Gary.
Gary, yeah. Gary had said something to me as he gave me these letters. I don't know it for it to be true, but so take it as you will. And she will go around and pass everybody the letters.
All right. As said, is anybody reading their letter out loud or no? You'll each notice that the letters themselves seem to be referring to any sort of gods. All of you would recognize them, except one little thing. So, Agni is not much of a secret. Agni, you'd see as you get a message from the likes of, well, Karametra. Addy Dark, you would get a message from the likes of the god of flame, the god of fire, Ignos. Zaman, you'd notice as you'd get a message from the likes of Yana, the god of messages. Gore, two messages, one from Phonax and one from, you know who it is. It's from Ambrosi, the second one.
That Bill.
Cora, you still having the likes of the message from Iroas. That said, is anybody reading theirs out loud, or are they all reading them to themselves? Azora, you have one, but it ain't to no god. I'll tell you that much. You get a message from this individual. I'm gonna DM you.
Okay.
Well, Cora's not going to read hers out loud, but she for sure will read it.
Alright.
Yeah, read it to myself.
You got it. So, Cora, I'm gonna DM you what it is, and then Zaman, same thing for you?
Yeah, Zora definitely reading this out loud.
Alright.
I think everyone's reading it to themselves.
You got it.
Is there like a literacy check to if you can read, or you can read?
I assume you can read, but you can make an intelligence check to see if you struggle a little bit.
Yeah, just send both mines directly.
I got you.
But yeah, I'd keep it to myself.
Yeah. Alright. Bam, 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 and then where's you at, Gore? I don't remember like all your Discord names, and then Addy Dark. Alright, bam, and then Azora. Alright, and then Zaman, I think is the last one. Alright, I already got Zaman's. There we go. So, as you guys read it, it's up to you on whether you want to share any of the information given, or whether you want to read it out loud, but the choice is ultimately yours.
Bro, this man's a whole cyber bully.
I guess I don't understand mine. Or maybe I missed the message.
Oh. There is, you would have already known what it's referring to, because you already heard that message before a couple weeks ago. It was the message referring towards that, hey, or Zale said, hey, by the way, there's some random, like, zombie individuals that dress weird, and they're heading towards your position. That's what it's referring to. Or that's the message it was referring to.
Okay, as Azora will say, appreciate these letters. Let's make haste and do what we need to do.
Yo, Sensei, confirming. I got the bean from Seven Souls, right? The magic bean.
Yeah. It would be a small little mana bead, rather.
Copy. Yes, Zamana keeping investigated later.
All right. So, if that's the case, are you conveying where you guys are actually going?
Are we off to the floating isles?
No, we are. Sorry to cut you off, Zaman, but we all agreed that we were just. That's what is there an announced where we're going and everything. I don't think we need anything else. We're going to the vampire.
As I said, are we off to the floating isles? I hear buzzing in the background, but Agni, Azura, what are we doing?
What-
Go ahead.
What exactly is at the floating isles? I know Cora mentioned it before, but do we know how far away it is?
You would know it's over towards the waterfall. That being the area, you know, where Agni got fucking pushed into the water and more. It's a little bit past that sort of area. It is not north, but it is kind of west, a little bit north ways, but mainly west. Kind of back where you guys came from towards when you first awoken on this little journey.
I have no reason to see why we shouldn't go there. Sort of expand, maybe find potential allies.
Understood. The floating isles is this.
Okay.
Nah, B. Yo, I'm going to hunt vampires. Like, nah. Floating isles mean nothing to me. Vampires mean, and we're gonna hunt these bad boys. We can't lose the trail. Lore, how long do you got? How long can you track those for?
Like in game, I can't justify not agreeing with Addy on that, just because either that or the tracking was for naught.
Or you gotta RP that out then.
Question or answer
Yeah.
question.
Well,
I have no
I
idea
get
what y'all talking about.
0.
Bruh, Gore been said this shit already this session. Y'all is killing me right now. He says to
yeah,
everybody.
like I'm not even doing like a Tito bugging moment. Like I was very clear about these two things ahead of time. But it's up to y'all. I guess we're back to the hunt, Addy. Like the it's only an hour and a half away to get to wherever it is.
Can you please RP all the information so that it's clearly stated?
Yeah, because people are getting confused about
a
it.
little bit confused. RP it, and then that'll probably clarify
all right.
everything.
Gore's like, I can only track the tricky one, but for so long. They're only about an hour, maybe more, to the north. We can catch them by surprise and see what they're truly up to. Perhaps find where they're hiding. No comment? Nothing?
Anybody respond?
No? Nope.
Guess the
Alright,
hunt
cool.
it is then.
No, I mean, it's up to y'all, but I just threw it out there. I just got it for character purpose. I just had to throw it out there.
Cora would say that it makes sense to go on the hunt then, if you already have a tracking.
I mean, Gore, look, how would I say? Gore is, you know where that is as well. Pretty much everybody make an intelligence check at this point. As Gore, you conveying this information, yeah, everybody make an intelligence check.
Gore included?
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, 12, 10, 6, or that's a 6 from earlier. 6 and now, 20 as well. Yeah, so between all of you, pretty much, as Gore's pointing out the direction of where this is, you guys already know where this spider is based off of its location. It's been a while, you guys have slept for 8 hours, this thing has been residing over there. It is residing in the outpost that you know the direct location of it already. It seemed to be traveling and residing there now. So you know where it is, you have a bead on it, you guess that it's probably not going to go anywhere. It might, It very well might, but it's at that sort of outpost that was mentioned before by a couple of the individuals.
You saying the Zhao Dynasty outpost?
Yeah.
Yeah, Azor would say.
Okay.
Well, we have no business going there, starting up trouble. This place barely has the defenses to handle a full-on assault from the dynasty, as is.
Addy Dark, Gore, you guys seem to be adamant on going there, so you saying anything?
No, it's just you're saying that spot is not going to change, right?
Oh, we don't know.
I mean,
but
it
Azor
could,
saying
but
even,
like, go ahead.
Yeah, we don't know, but Azor saying even if it did or didn't, what business we have running up into a Zhao Dynasty outpost right now?
Well,
So to summarize, she fled to a Zhao outpost. If we were to attack that, we were going to have an all-out war with the Zhao. Are we ready for this?
If that's the case, we at least send people to go get intelligence from it, I guess. Yeah.
Azor will say that is already being handled. Do not worry about that part. Once we get intelligence back, then perhaps we could formalize an actual plan.
All right. Yeah, I guess whatever it is, it is. If it's the outpost and it's not going to bother anything, just Gore's just going to follow wherever.
It doesn't seem going there would be wise unless we are going to assault them. Unless you want to just go for scouting purposes, maybe pick up some clues about their defenses. I don't think we're ready for any type of assault just yet.
Gore will be like, if we lose them, we may lose what little upper hand we're gaining. Send a scout out there.
It is already done. A scout is two actually are already on their way.
Weren't they going someplace different?
No, that's where Zora sent them. I mean, Zora didn't know that that's also where y'all wanted us to go, but she already sent them there earlier.
Yeah.
I thought there was a different place with the mad or whatever the person that was
nah, bro,
writing.
nah, bro. That's bro.
All
Stop
right,
metagaming, bro. Nah.
Well, we out then.
Addy Dark takes a deep moment of pause. Agni and Azura, I have high respect for you at this table. Gore, we have hunted many days. Korra, you have gone on hunts. And Zaman, you know how to tend a garden very well. It pains me to let night creatures roam when we know where they are, where we can strike. But is that what the Voden Knights must do? I will compromise for you. But I say this again, this will not happen many times. If we know where night creatures are, we must slay them before they spread. Get your intel. We strike the outpost.
Addy, how long would you say we have been in this village?
Bro, I have no sense of time, bro.
It's been
Dark doesn't know.
It's been a few days. We've accomplished much in a short period of time. We're now self-sufficient on food, water. Buildings are going up quickly. Defenses are being built. I don't think it'll be long until we're able to make some sort of assault, if not play in by guerrilla warfare tactics. Just right now, you saw the vast number of people they have. And although we're training mushrooms, we need more allies. I'm not sure if Fabio or any of the other people are going to be coming to this tournament, but we need to find out what else is out there. I think this is a good time to explore those islands, if not for a day or two. We might lose the spider, but I'm sure we'll see her plenty of times again. It seems as if our souls are intertwined. You'll have your chance at revenge.
Also, just to add, if that spider is going back to that outpost, I doubt that outpost would pack up and move anytime soon. Meaning those individuals will most likely be there weeks from now as well, as they are currently watching us.
And worst case scenario, you're an expert at slaying night creatures. You can go it alone if you're that passionate about it.
I was pretty cool with everybody. What everybody said was Zaman. Were you trying to like persuade me of something? If so, could you just like roll some dice, or is it like I guess I'm trying to figure
It's
out.
not a
What you're...
persuasion. He stated a fact. If you're that passionate about it, you can go by yourself. Since you're a professional night creature slayer.
Okay, yeah. So, I'll talk to Zaman and Agni, and I would say, your battle experience does outweigh mine. Slaying night creatures is one thing. Wargame tactics is another. I'll trust your judgment here, but again, personally, I cannot sleep, cannot rest when I know that night creatures are, and especially if I know the location. Let us continue scouting, and we'll revisit this in a few days.
Yes. As soon as that information comes back, we could then come back together and formulate an actual plan. Right now, we have no clue what we're running into. For now, I agree with Agni. Let's go explore these floating islands. And Azor stands up.
But Azor stands up. Are you guys filing out?
Gord's a soldier. He's following.
Adar takes his fist, puts his chest, and goes, "Yes, yes, Voden Knights. Let's go. Let's be out."
All right. Also, Zaman, keep in mind you do have the gauntlets of Adidar
Oh,
Stone.
he knows. Oh, he knows.
Very well.
Dude, just quick question. At the end of the session, do we roll for the market stars?
Yeah, you should. You still wait, hold on. Have you guys? Yeah, you guys still haven't like dedicated who's going to be selling what though. So, sake of brevity, we can do it like outside of the game. You don't need to worry about it.
I know that, and I sort of hinted at it in the last session, but we just never talked about it. But yeah. I have roles for who's doing what.
Gotcha. So yeah.
Just for the record, did Mao ever have that resistance armor? Could I talk about him and holler at him before I leave, or I still gotta wait for that?
Yeah, he would have the resistance armor for you.
It's
sake of brevity thing.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about RPing that.
Okay. All right. Just send me the info. Thank you.
All right. It's nothing crazy. It was the. Let me go find it. Real quick. Give me like 2 minutes. Yeah, about 2 minutes to pull this thing up. Cheers. So if you guys want to talk amongst yourselves while you're getting ready to head out and more, that would be preferable while I get this thing and give it to Zagor.
As we're leaving, Zaman was just missing to Azora, and he was there. Azora, have you seen the propaganda going and being put up around the village?
Yes, I have. It apparently is the doing of this prophet, this Mama Murphy. Don't worry, I have people on it. As soon as we find out or figure out who this individual is spreading these sentiments around, we'll deal with them.
Copy. Yeah, I actually saw someone actually putting the information up. His name was apparently Rick.
You did not see that.
Get more info.
They were just chilling. No, they were chilling in the area. They noticed you, and they just moved out of the way.
Oh, I thought. Well, never mind. That's the end of that RP.
Don't worry. I got 2 people on it. Whenever we get back, hopefully we have a little bit of clues. If not, the revelation on who this individual is. And then me and Agni can have a long talk with them outside of the borders of the village.
Understood. I mean, if a couple mushrooms have to die to maintain peace, do what you must.
Oh, didn't say all that. Then, she heads on out.
Oh my god. Also, yeah, thank you. But yeah, Tito, give me that, and then I can get you the accurate armor that you want. That you just gets added to you. Alright. Howdy Dark, eventually as you begin to walk outside, you'll see as Gashir is just sort of looking over. They kind of been like dozing off for a bit. You go grab him.
Do apologize. Deadass was in the side chat, rolling, just laughing. Sorry, what?
You're good.
What was your question?
You're good. It was more so, Gashir is basically just waiting outside, kind of dozing off. You go grab him for the hunt.
Oh yeah.
All right. What do you say over towards him? Because he's just like he knows there's a hunt, but he doesn't know like what to do. He knows nothing about how the heck you guys operate.
Oh. All right. Let me. What would I say to him? Gashir, stand by Zaman. He's usually in the back. You'll be out of harm's way. Now follow us.
Zaman will be in the middle. You come tell me what to do, Addy.
Bro, where are you? Why are you? What? Wait.
Yo, bro, he's not even talking to you, dog. He's not even talking to you, bro. He's not even talking to you, bro.
Bro, see,
He's talking to good shit, bro.
You can talk to me.
He's talking to good shit, bro.
He was talking to get sheared.
Yo, bro, that had nothing to do with you at all.
Yeah, I swore I heard Zaman. Maybe I was wrong.
You did, but he's talking over to Gashir, like away from everybody.
Never mind.
Yo, it's funny how some people choose
Wild.
violence over reason. It's funny how the people choose violence over reason. That's too funny. Yeah, so I say that to Gashir. And then
All right. You'll see as Gashir begins to sort of hear it, it'll be like, okay, like, do I need to, like, grab anything specific, or like, I gotta, yeah, it's been a while since I sort of went out adventuring past the sort of village perimeter, so it's like, I'm a little rusty.
why don't you grab that blade you speak so highly of?
Oh, don't worry, the noxious blade is always only several feet away. That being said, you'll see as he begins to sort of grab the likes of his sword, begins to put the holster over him, and with that, Adidark, make a perception check towards Gashir. 5? Nah, you chilling. Alright. That being said, as this is sort of happening, occurring, the Voden Knights, you gather all of your sort of things and more. You gather all your things and more and begin to head out towards the likes of towards the floating islands. Now, Cora, you leading the charge, you leading the way. Here is what you guys see amongst the sort of thing. Now, you guys know the path, but for the sake of brevity, this is kind of what you guys begin to see along the path. As you're sort of traveling through the sort of forest of the Jaded Dragon Valley, where is this? Occasionally you'd look over and you see as bits of the mushrooms are kind of, more so their presence is kind of leaving the premises. You don't see an occasional mushroom every now and again as you get further and further away. As this begins, or your adventure begins, you look to see the beautiful forest and even bits of wildlife running through the lands. Occasionally you'd notice as there were a couple of game for you to be able to hunt down along or among your way to the floating islands above. You see as they tower over from afar, floating up and in the sky. You're not entirely sure exactly what propels them upwards. Now, for most of you, you guys have dealt with these sort of floating islands multiple times, besides even just yesterday. A lot of the time, they've been pretty much crashing on top of your heads and you guys having to fight for your lives to survive from their destruction. But regardless, begin to focus, and you have several things in front of you. As some of you who are more hunter individuals kind of, and also those who are more looking towards the surroundings, noticing the game themselves, you notice as it is deer specifically, but they are not alone. You notice as there are mechanical deer beginning to sort of frolic alongside the living flesh-born deers anyone normal would be kind of used to. That said, is anybody doing anything, or you guys continuing on with your journey?
How we looking on food stocks?
I mean, I wouldn't say y'all are always struggling, but y'all are always kind of barely making it by.
Well, we had 10 before. We rolled for 10. So we're
That
at
sounds
20,
like
and
we need to
minus
kill
the
a
long
deer.
rest.
We're killing a deer.
We're at 20 food stock, right?
Yeah, but we got to subtract from the long rest. I'm not sure how much subtracts from the long rest.
You guys would have... I got it. It would be... Valley Dream, so you'd be at 5, then you'd be at 15 now from 10 food. So you're at 15 food at the moment.
And we're capped at 20? Cap 20 is the cap?
Capped at 35.
Yeah.
Oh, 35. Oh, yeah. If we were out here and it was just on the way and we could just hunt a deer right quick, we'd knock a deer down. Yeah, just Gore would.
That's it. Easy peasy. Is anybody helping out Gore to hunt down a couple of these deer? Alright, go.
I mean, bro, do you have to ask, bro? Survival check.
Alright, let's... I mean, I need to know. Y'all, I heard
check,
silence.
Bro.
I was like,
You already
hey,
know,
man.
bro. You already know, survival check.
Alright, let's go. So, both of you can make survival checks, or you can give one person advantage.
That is the worst survival check I ever rolled.
Goddamn.
Disoriented.
Disoriented, the both of you. You look over, and as you guys...
Still feeling those drinks, huh? Still feeling that drink, huh?
Hey, got to, bro. Got to.
You guys look over, and at this point, it's more of a miscommunication sort of thing that's sort of occurring. Addy Dark has their way of hunting, Gore has their way of hunting using stealth. And it's not necessarily an overwhelming force immediately, but more so tricking and leading this sort of deer individuals into a sort of trap that they would set. And as you're kind of leading them towards a trap that you can kind of make and manifest very, very quickly, Gore, Addy Dark immediately just rushes into the fray after using a bit of stealth, trying to take advantage of the situation here and now. You're able to kill one and then 2 deer, but you're not able to get that much or many resources, to be honest. In total, what you guys get is... yeah, not much at all. You guys get 1 material, 1 food, and 1 soul coin. You would notice as the soul coin is kind of lodged into the likes of the deer's sort of gears and grooves, but that said, that's all you will get for now. So 1 food, 1 material, and then 1 soul coin. Alright. Eventually, as you guys are sort of rushing over, you gather your materials and begin to continue on the likes of the hunt. And as this is sort of happening, you eventually find yourself towards the waterfall once more. And continuing on this path, it eventually leads you towards the northern area. Following the water, and for some of you making sure that you don't step foot into it or get pushed into it again. Eventually, after about 30 or so minutes, maybe closer towards an hour, you notice as the floating islands are almost abundant. They are massive in size, and there are 2 of them. Picking just one at random, you look over and you see as an abandoned, rundown building is near the water itself. There is the debris of buildings and life abundant inside this sort of body of water next to this abandoned building, but regardless, this is what you guys all see. Alright, let me swap maps over here. Alright. And there we go. Activate this. There you go. So, as this is occurring, you look over and this is what you all see. Looking up above, this is right below the likes of the giant floating island. You see as there is a massive shadow cast amongst this large body of water. It seems not necessarily like an ocean, but more of like a large lake itself. That said, what do you guys say and what do you guys do?
Agni, I think we should quickly gather what we can and then proceed to the floating isles.
Agni? Question mark.
Damn, I was muted. Agni would say, while you guys are scouting, make sure you are quite cautious of the water. You know how it is.
Understood. Then Zaman will cast guidance on himself and then try to scavenge for materials and anything useful.
All right. You're sort of, where are you scavenging materials at? Are you just scavenging for the ground, like looking at the plants and more?
Yeah, he's gonna go as he's walk, but he's gonna head towards the big building he sees.
All right. As you do.
Before you do that, Agni's going to say to Gore, Gore, please check up ahead in that building. Your small frame should be out of sight in case anyone is in there. Let us know if you find anything.
Gore nods and he tries to stealth out, and he goes to scout inside the building.
All right. So as you begin to do so, stealthing through, make your survival check. Addy Dark, where are you headed, and what are you doing?
God damn.
I'm snorkeling at the top surface of the water, but trying to be sneaky about it. Hence this stealth check.
All right. As you do so, you'll see as Gashir kind of almost blowing your cover. He's like, "Hey, psst, psst, Addy, come here."
Or you ain't even giving him no orders, bro. You just gonna let this man.
Bruh, I already told him what to do. I can tell him again though.
He's gonna ask you to tell him again. So like, I don't know. What do we do? Are we just like? I mean, remember our conversation? You know, the Addy Dark Gashir conversation. Yeah.
Stick near one of the Warforgers, Zaman or Cor.
Okay. All right. Very well.
And you will be safe. They're protectors.
Okay. Okay. Hey, Zaman, wait up, I'm going to, with you. As this happens, you see as he sort of, rushes over, kind of joining over towards Zaman, nearly trips for a brief second, scatters, almost falls on his ass, but...
Yes, yeah. 1, be silent. 2, don't get into my way.
Of course, here, do you need a hand looking for anything, like,
Yes. Go into the water and scavenge for anything you can find.
But Addy Dark just said for me to stick with you. You also is like I figured that. I mean, yeah, Addy Dark figured that you'd probably, I guess, needed help, but you were core or something.
Sure, just be quiet.
Quiet as can be. As this sort of happens, he's gonna make a stealth check. Hold on. What armor does he have? I don't think it's anything special, yeah. Dexterity check. 11. He's trying his best. As this is sort of occurring, so Zaman, you're scavenging the general area. Gore, you're stealthing into the building. Addy Dark is going snorkeling. Cora, Azora, and Agni, what are you three doing?
He's just gonna kind of monitor, see that Gore is gonna be fine and Addy doesn't get grabbed by some tentacles, so he's just kind of overseeing.
All right.
Yeah, Azora's just walking side by side with Cora, and she's gonna say, "Don't forget, we eventually need to discuss what we're gonna do for this festival."
She would just nod.
And then she's gonna say, "But besides that, I'm wondering how we're gonna even get up on top of floating islands. Hopefully there's some type of way up there."
Do I hear them talking about how to get up there?
You have a pretty high passive perception, so probably.
Zaman would say, I can do what we did when we left the Hydrus. I can just conjure us some mechanical owls to fly on.
Oh yeah, that works.
I said, as this is sort of happening, all right, Zaman, after a little bit of time, you're kind of off to the side over here, like looking towards the flowers, seeing if there's any sort of bits of poisons or medicines that you could possibly use. What was your survival check total?
Oh, I didn't realize I need to make it. Give me a second.
Yeah, you can make it with advantage. I'll come back to you then. All right, so Gore, as you're looking inside here, you see as you begin to stealth around, and there is a handful of materials abundant. The bits of the building, it seems to be completely sort of run down and destroyed, but it also seems to be as there was some bits of, not necessarily life, but some individuals were here and they may have used this building for either storage or something else. Looking around inside, it's only a one-story building. It's nothing too crazy or interesting, as most of it is collapsed into itself. But what was your survival check from earlier? A 9? Looking around, it's not much of anything that you kind of find useful, but there is a couple of things. You find the likes of 3 materials, a mana crystal off to the side, as well as 2 soul coins. Let me write that down. Or add that to you guys as sort of stock for the session.
It's the worst I've ever rolled on survival checks ever with proficiency. That don't make no sense.
Begin to try to look around and about, and you would notice as you're sort of looking, and you see as some sort, or there's some sort of shifting for a moment before eventually you notice something just darts past and kind of into the shadows in this building.
Gore would continue to chase to take chase after it. Is it dark in there, by the way?
It is dark, but you should have dark vision, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I've got extended dark vision, and also one of my new things is like I can't be discovered just for doing stuff off break.
Yeah,
if
for
I'm stealth
phone
good,
attacks
yeah.
and all that. Yeah. So you begin to dart over towards it, and as you begin to do so, you see as it begins to shift once more, darting from corner to corner, diving underneath the debris. Eventually you look around for it, see if it's sort of an animal that you can kind of kill for food. It seems to be giving you a little bit of chase. Eventually you'd notice as there's a small sort of hole in the likes of this building before whatever creature it seems to be, it just sort of darts underneath or darts through the hole outside of the building. You being a sprite, considering you are tiny size, you could actually fit under or through it if you wanted to. But it comes out from the likes of the back of the building if you wish to go after it.
Yeah.
Alright, as you begin to rush over towards that, we'll get into that in just a single moment. But let's head over towards Addy Dark. Addy Dark, as you are sort of swimming around looking to see exactly what you can find, there are a handful of things, from bits of stones, woods, as well as other sort of less convenient things. You notice as there are tables, there are almost structures and more just sort of laying in the likes of this sort of building. And when I mean structures, I mean like how you say things that would go into the likes of said structures to hold them up and to, you know, maintain their sort of foundation. Looking around, you even see as there's several plates as well as tea kettles and more. But for some strange reason, all of this is inside the likes of the water itself. Looking up and above, you're seeing the giant looming shadow of the floating island. You're wondering on whether it came from there or somewhere else. What are you doing with that information?
How deep is the water?
It's not that deep at all. It's yeah, you could you can't necessarily stand in it, but you can definitely like swim around. It's like 15 feet deep at most.
Oh, okay, perfect. I gotta ask every single time now. After the last fiasco, I have to ask every time.
Nah, it goes down about, 80 feet, 100 feet. Okay. No, I'm kidding.
Nope. Well, I will stay right now. Can I try to scrounge around for anything at the bottom to see if there's anything useful?
Sure thing. Survival check. And as you're sort of scrounging around looking for a couple of things, we head over towards Zaman. Zaman, you eventually find with your survival check, you're going to share that to your sort of list.
B?
All right. As this is sort of going off, you're gathering a couple of things and you look over Zaman, or not Zaman, you're kind of distracted a little bit. Azora and Core, are you guys just kind of waiting for everybody else to sort of do their own thing? Or are you guys looking for something specific?
Yeah, she was just passing the house on me. Once she didn't hear Gore say anything about anything in there, she just keeping it pushing forward.
All right. Agni, make a perception check for me. Natural 20. Makes sense. Agni, you look over and...
Got the eyes today.
Agni, you look over and you see far, far off in the distance, heading in your general location, but they seem to be stealthing. You notice as there are two figures sort of walking in the likes of this forest, and they're heading in your general way. They seem to be kind of, not necessarily whether they notice you, but it's more of moving from tree to tree, like down below, like and also moving from bush to bush. Or as you're kind of doing this, you notice as you're rushing over and you notice the individual, the animal that you're chasing after. It seems to be just a small little squirrel. As it rushes over, it darts off to the side, and immediately you see as it begins to look over towards you, or before you two, Cora and Azora, it stops for just a brief second before just darting off to the side into the kind of the bushes. It is getting ready to just sort of take off.
First question, does Agni see Addy? Messaged, and point to Azura and mention, Azura, eyes up. You have at least two targets approaching you and Cora. You can't tell what they are. And then he's going to point over at Addy Dark and tell Addy, get out of the water. We might have company. But I don't know where Gore is at all. Like, I don't know where he's at on. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't be able to see him. But he would do that in basically the 10 seconds.
All right.
Azora would clasp the handle on her sword and look at the direction Agni said.
Imagine you would tell Cora as you're right next to her.
Yeah.
I don't know how much time I had, but I'm gonna use like 2 actions for that.
Yeah. My only guess is Gore would have probably, if he got right around the view of wherever the creature was, if you would have saw those two, but that's about as bad as I can give you.
As this begins to happen, you'll see wait, hold on, say that one more time, Gore.
Like, he would have followed the squirrel out a little bit. I mean, like, I don't know if it would have put me in eye range of Azura and Cora, but that's it.
Yeah, it would. As this begins to happen, you'll see as the squirrel begins to head over towards a little bit of the trees, kind of in the direction of those individuals I mentioned towards Agni before Gore. You see as the squirrel just sort of stops and looks directly at you. And you see as it begins to almost go up on its hind legs and begins to put its hands up. It faces it towards you. What do you do, Gore? You're muted.
Look at it confused, like this small creature is like trying to challenge Gore. Is that what's going on?
It seems like it's kind of just sort of shaking its head like hey, stop, kind of thing.
You don't even have enough meat for Gore to crush. Odd thing.
I don't know. I almost want an animal handling this, but I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. It's weird. Gore wouldn't go that far for a squirrel, but he'd just be more odd about it, getting ready to flex on him.
As you begin to say this, you look over and you notice as the bushes off to the side begin to start rustling over. As Agni has sort of pointed out, Azora, you look over and you can see as the bushes begin to rustle again. Cora, you also notice this with your high perception, and you see as 2 individuals that seem to be armed begin to look over, and they're not really hiding the greatest, but that you can kind of notice them. One seems to have blue or black, but mainly bluish sort of hair, and another individual, there's not much you can see. They're hiding behind the likes of a tree, very poorly, but they seem to have reddish hair and some sort of horn. You all 3 of you would notice this. Same thing with you, Agni.
Or ready in action.
What does that mean? What are you doing then?
She's getting ready to guide him bolt.
All right, so as you're beginning to sort of ready the spell, you begin to look over at this individual, and Gore, you'll see as the squirrel will begin to slowly start sort of looking over towards you, and you'll notice as these two individuals begin to start making their way from the tree, and you'll notice as the squirrel itself starts shifting. It starts changing. It starts elongating even further. You see as it begins to shed the likes of its fur. And as you notice it, it grows in size from 1 foot to 2 feet to 3 feet. It slowly shifts from the likes of a squirrel animal towards the likes of a humanoid individual. You see as they have their hands sort of raised, but the individual seems to be a man with long black hair. It seems to be in attire fit for the likes of Jaded Dragon Valley and more druidic wear at that. Azora, you look over towards them and you look over to see their eyes, and you immediately recognize what they are and what how you say they're what the whole deal is with that, as you see an Oculai, specifically with green eyes at that. They seem to have a couple of feathers amongst their form, but you all would see this individual returning back towards the Auroraverse. You see as they have their hands sort of up, kind of looking over towards you, and they will just say, hold on. We are friendly. We don't mean to harm. I've seen people with your mark before. Please. There's no need for... We are prepared for a fight, but we do not wish for one.
The faster you move out of our way, the faster we all could get upon our business. You are not a target we're looking forward to. Be on your way and we'll be on ours.
That being said, you'll look over and you'll see as he begins to do so, for just a brief moment, you'll see two individuals begin to start forming out of the likes of the bush. Hold on, make sure I got that right. What exactly did you tell them?
They said that they're prepared for a fight but not looking for one. She pretty much just said neither are we. Like you go do whatever you was about to go do. We gonna do whatever we was gonna do.
All right. With that, you'll see as the individual off to the side, sort of hiding behind the trees, you'll see as they'll begin to say, look, done this before. There's two people over there. They're with me. They're cool. They won't do anything. As this is sort of happening, you'll see as one of the individuals, it seems to be a male sort of voice, they'll say, Kaio, you speak too much. Normally you leave the talking to us. You're supposed to be scouting. And with that, you'll see as an individual seems to have long blue hair and a sort of large staff begins to emerge. And you'll see as this individual begins to appear. As they do, you'll see as another sort of woman who seems to be a satyr of the sorts. Long red hair with multiple sort of tattoos and ink markings amongst their form. As they look over, and you'll see as they are something else. But regardless, as this is sort of happening, look over and sort of say, it is satyr tattoos. But you'll look over and you'll see as this individual sort of looks towards Cora. Kind of like, what?
When they mention the person yells out that you're supposed to be scouting, Agni will from the sky. It doesn't seem you're very good at being stealthy. Are you guys with the dynasty?
You'll see as this individual begins to speak and say, no, we're not of the dynasty. Well, I can't, these individuals, no. Oh, Kyle, I got this. You'll see as he sort of grunts and looks over before this individual begin to speak. No, we're not a part of any dynasty or anything like that. We are simply travelers. We're heading towards the Yasuda Island up above. And as soon as they say that, Cora, make your highest saving throw. Where is... Oh, this thing died. Let me fix that. Wisdom saving throw 11. As this begins to sort of happen, you see as that name Yasuda over and over again, it begins to almost... It sounds familiar, but you're not sure why. You look over and you, for a brief moment, you see a flash of yourself seeming to be in the likes of some strange sort of room, almost on both a sort of, or almost meditating, if you will, meditating with the likes of several other individuals. As you're not entirely sure where, you're not entirely sure why, but regardless, that name Yasuda just rings very, very familiar to you.
How you spell that?
I gotcha. That is YASUDA. I don't know if that went through or not, but YASUDA.
Gotcha.
As this is sort of occurring, you'll look over towards the individual and I'll say, so you see that floating island, that's where we're essentially headed. We need to carry some business out there, so we'll be quickly out of your way. That's it. If it's just complete silence, they're just gonna walk on past.
I thought they was talking to Cora.
I thought they were talking to Agni.
But they was right next to you.
They're talking to
They're
you.
talking to everybody, but I mean, hey, if no one say anything, they copy. They're gonna just keep walking.
I was definitely muted when I was starting to say something.
Okay.
Right. As I would say that, Agni would just ask, "Why are you heading there? If you're just friendly travelers." I'm curious because this area seems to be run by mostly the dynasty. You don't run into too many people not from them.
You'll see as this individual with the blue hair will look over. Gaio, that's your sort of thing. Kaya will begin to speak and say, well, the thing is, I am an individual of the Samadan Oculai clan. I have news. Actually, hold on. Retcon one sort of thing. I gotta make sure I got this right. They wouldn't have said they're heading towards the Yasuda. They would have said they're heading towards the Samadan. But regardless, Core, the same thing sort of happens to you. So I'm retcon that real quick. So not Yasuda, Samadan, and I will spell that for you. That is TSAMADAN. There you go. But regardless, the same thing would have occurred with that sort of brief flashback. But
can you post that chat, because I was not near my computer when you said that.
Yeah, I gotcha. If you look in the in-character chat, it's just gonna be basically pasted there.
Okay, cool.
There you go. So, as this is sort of happening, I am here for more business. Specifically, I'm seeking, to report back towards them, my home. I'm also here to make a specific request of an audience for another individual. And an individual, well, actually, no, they would keep it at that.
One more question. You said you've seen our marks before. Where?
I was the one who specifically saw it. It was in a small group in the Forbidden Expanse. They all had marks, purple square, red triangle, all of that.
You traveled all the way from the Forbidden Expanse to here. Interesting.
It wasn't easy. I'll say that at least.
Well, it seems to be you have met people that were marked just like us. Well, majority of us. As he kind of looks a little bit at Gashir, but not enough to, like, make it obvious.
Yeah.
And he's going to say, I assume you have a means of flight to get up to those islands.
Precisely. These individuals, however, do not. Looking over towards the other two.
So, you're without flight. How are you going to get there, then?
It's not, I will be honest. It is not the most ideal sort of thing, but it has worked in the past and it shall work now. We will just simply wait for the island. The island to rift, crack, and tear, and the debris to fall. Once it was to do so, it is dangerous, but hitching a ride along the way as it reforms. That said, a couple of questions towards you. Who are all of you people, and what are you doing here, so close to said island?
Well, it seems as if I only have your name. I will only give out mine. You can refer to me as War Chief Agni. These others are my companions. Allies.
I see. Oh. If that is the case, that's one question answered. What are you all doing here, so close to the island?
Same thing you're doing. We just happen to be adventurers, travelers, you might say. Looking for whatever we can find. Resources, if you will.
What type of resources, specifically?
Well, unless you've been living under a rock, the world is going to shit. Civilization seems to be scarce, at least around here. Order must be restored. Resources in order to build it back up.
I know of civilizations' fall. In fact, due to these starry ones. I am aware of that. Building it up, however, question out of curiosity. Spirits, circular individuals, have you seen them before in these efforts to rebuild?
So you are familiar with them. Perhaps what you mentioned before about your encounters with the marks was not a lie. If you're familiar with their power, then yes, we utilize the spirits.
Very well.
If you don't mind me asking, can I see the hands of yours and your associates?
We bear no marks, but you'll see as each and every one of them, you'll see as Kyle looks over and they'll both begin to sort of raise their marks. You'll see as this individual will say, fair, I mean, fine, I don't see the point in all of this, but whatever. See as she begins to raise her hand, nothing seems to be there besides tattoos.
I didn't know people without marks knew about the spirits. Were they explained to you by the other group?
I never understood them myself or interacted really with them. But the individuals I resided with understood them enough.
And you left them. Why?
I never intended to stay with them. I had missions that I prefer to keep to myself regarding my own Samadan Oculai clan. And my mission was complete, so I simply decided to return. Along my travels, I found these two and many other individuals. However, in all honesty, the ones in the sands were the only ones I found that were marked. Everyone else has been normal-ish.
I think you'll find there's plenty of normal-ish people here as well. I will admit, it is interesting to run into people not a part of the dynasty and not a part of the ops. Can't really tell you much more about what we're doing, as if we just met. But perhaps we'll cross paths again. Hopefully not on the battlefield for you.
Very well. You said... Well, actually, make sure I got this right. You guys said you guys are just looking for resources. You didn't mention going to an island, right?
Agni did not mention that. He just mentioned we're travelers, adventurers looking for resources. And he asked how were they getting to the island?
Mm-hmm.
Without flight.
Gotcha. And so you'll see as the individual begins to look over, and they'll kind of look towards Azora, easily able to understand that they're another Oculai. And they will say, how to kind of word it? Nah. I guess I'll keep it to himself for now until until I think of it later. But as they begin to do so, you'll see as this individual begins to sort of motion forth and say, well, our business with me and my companions is to reside here. I wish you the best of luck in your own travels, but we shall reside here for the time being, until, as I mentioned before, up above. I advise you probably it's best you clear the area as soon as you can, unless you want to be crushed by, well, the flying debris.
I have a question.
I didn't say anything. I expected Gore to say something when he said crush. But go ahead.
Mute don't help. I was just letting the story go.
So I'm just waiting to see where it goes. I'm just surprised there isn't more of an Oculai and Oculai thing. I think Gore is more confused by that.
No, go ahead, Core.
So out of character, would Core know about the island thing that he talked about?
It feels very familiar, but you're not entirely sure where. Every time you try to think of it, it seems like you do know something about it, but every time you think about it, it just completely fades from your memory. That blank spot in amnesia is sort of being a pain in the ass at the moment.
And you said, where did you post the spelling of it at?
It's in the in-character chat on Foundry.
Oh, in Foundry. Okay.
One last thing Agni wants to do, if it's possible, I don't know if you allow it. He just wants to sort of insight check a little bit on what he was mentioning, mostly about the other groups that he came from. He still thinks it's a little weird that he knows about spirits, and he just kind of wants to insight check that part in particular.
Sure thing. Make an insight check.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to you.
So I guess at that point, Agni was he was fine before he comes down. I assume I'm taller than him.
Yeah.
Agni wants to kind of stand in front of him, not really size him up, but really just stand in front of him, sort of gives him a look over.
Look over and notice as Azora sort of surrounding him, and you'll notice as this is sort of being replicated, the individuals will kind of move a little bit closer. Not entirely sure what's going on or down here.
Yeah, that's fine. As Agni gets he standing right in his face, does he do anything? As Agni just kind of stands in front of him, just really looking him up and down. Not any hostile motions or anything like that.
He looks over and it's more of an interesting person, and kind of looking towards the muzzle, looking towards the horns. It's more of out of curiosity, but not going to sort of ask. You've dealt with that sort of look multiple times to understand what it is.
That's fine. As he does that, because this is one of the first people supposedly not with the dynasty, and his insight check sounds good to him, Agni will extend a hand out to him.
So, interesting to talk to you. Perhaps we will cross paths in the future.
As he extends his hand out to him, and as he's doing so, if he accepts the handshake, he wants to sort of martial check him to just see how strong is this person.
Sure thing. As he begins to do so, you'll see as he says, will sort of mutter something towards himself, very, very slight. You can make a perception check to hear you and Azora, but yeah. Afterwards, you can make your martial check, Agni.
Agni doesn't really care to hear what he has to say.
You got it. 16.
That would be +6. Yes, yep. +6.
You'll see as he sort of scoffs for a sec. Well, not scoffs, but it's more of I guess that fucking Oculai Zale rubbed off on me a little bit too much. I like him now. And just a little small sort of tidbit. Azor, you'd pick up on that, but as he sort of shakes your hand, Agni, he seems to be a fairly strong individual. Probably similar in strength towards the likes of Zaman, if not ever so slightly stronger, but just barely. They seem to be on pretty even footing and level.
When she hears him mention Zale, she will say, That one you mentioned, Zale. I know of that one.
You'll see as he sort of side-eyes and looks over towards you before facing. How do you know of him?
Yet another Oculai, a part of the soft crew. I think they call themselves the soft spirits, something like that. We know of them through the marks, let's just say. We've communicated with them on several occasions in order to form some type of cooperation, you could say.
Unlikely it's the same individuals, but if that's the case, what did they look like?
I mean, she'll describe Zale, you know, the Oculai, the features, the horns, the stuff she just saw literally like 20 minutes ago.
I'll stop you halfway, and as he'll say, horns, as in plural.
Yes, when we first heard from them, it was only one, but it appeared to have been two this time.
What has happened since I've been gone? That's the group that I was with. Well, I traveled from. But it is interesting to hear the whole things with the marks wasn't completely useless. And wasn't just aesthetic or anything like that. But very well. Are they
go ahead.
alive or are they dead?
Just spoke to them this morning. They seem very much alive.
You don't have to, but it would be appreciated. If you ever, I don't know exactly how you communicate, but if you ever do that again, let them know that Kaio has arrived in the valley towards the island.
She nodded. She said, "I will pass along that message. It's the least we could do. It's hard enough meeting individuals out here not trying to kill you. A little bit of communication, and it appears to go a long way."
This is very fair. You wouldn't believe the likes of crossing the bridges. Just as a side remark, if your journey ever does take you to the expanse or the taiga, the bridges themselves connecting Voden, they're overrun with the starry ones. It is near impossible to traverse. Unless you want to deal with an army of them.
That is nothing new.
Yet you are here.
That I am. They didn't seem too interested in me, but I had also means of, concealing myself, hence the squirrel. I am a druid. A druid of shepherds.
Sorry, I was writing notes.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
No, go ahead. I said sorry, I was writing notes.
Well then, your friends there. Zora pointed to the two there. She'll say, they don't need to be as pensive anymore. It will appear that although it's hard to say if our desires and motivations align, it would appear that we are not at least enemies. And out here in Voden, especially the Jaded Dragon Valley, that is a sigh of relief.
We'll see as the individual will begin to say, well, let's say that again. Oh, my goodness. So, you all have, I assume, you seem pretty casual to it. You all have dealt with the starry ones then, right?
We call them the Ops, and yes, the Voden Knights, which are us, have dealt with them on several occasions. invasions, random scrabblers, you name it, we deal with them.
I see. Those things, you seen them changing, or how you say, I don't know. Some new things have been occurring, some strange things with the likes of the sky recently. It's cracking and breaking. And now, apparently, giant purple versions of them, and other ones are talking. Been a pain in our ass on the way here, but figured I'd give you a heads up if you've dealt with them and you intend on dealing with them again.
I appreciate it. The heads up is good. Agni, a word for a moment.
That you'll see as Kyle begins to kind of look over and motion for both of them to sort of kind of have a little bit of a private conversation themselves. As they do, they'll be sort of taking it kind of off towards the river a little bit if you let them go past. But
Yeah, as they do, I have no idea if Zaman is actually here or not. But anyone that isn't talking, like if it was Gore, Agni would just ask him to keep an eye on them, just in case he's not watching them, and we'll go over to see what Azora wants to talk about.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Okay, then he would tell that to Gore then.
Yeah, Gore would nod. He's up on rooftop, laying low.
Azora would say, it appears that we are going to the same place. Perhaps it would be good to have those who notice us close by.
As in
I thought-
Go ahead.
I thought the same thing, but until motives and intentions were determined, there was no way I was going to reveal that information. Not to those people. Zaman, you were saying.
How are they going to get to the Ios?
It seems flight is obviously the easiest answer, but not accessible to everyone. They have quite a wild idea. Something similar that I would expect from Addy Dark or Gore. It seems when the island is going to blow up and reform, sort of catching a ride on the way up as the island reforms itself. Something wild of that type of nature.
That seems quite dangerous.
What I'm thinking is perhaps we can get a favor out of them. You have a way to carry 6 individuals up. However,
8.
8, okay. However, Gore and Agni and yourself do not need that assistance. You can fly up there in your own ways. Perhaps if we offer them a way, we can get a favor out of them.
Is it I can go ahead.
I am interested in what they know about the other group. Specifically, maybe what they know about Phoebe.
Yes, I was thinking similar. As well as information regarding what to expect up there in the floating islands. They may have some type of insight into that. Perhaps temporarily, a partnership wouldn't be the worst idea, as there's only 3 and there's 7 of us.
They seem to be on par with at least a druid of your level of strength, Zaman. Not to insult you in any way, shape, or form, but if there was a fight, I think we'd be able to handle it strictly based on numbers.
And she nods. She says, so, shall we offer them passage in exchange for information?
If their home is the floating isles,
and they're there to deliver some form of message. There might be potential allies, enough to have maybe even a partnership with someone. If they're not with the dynasty and they're not with the ops, then they will join us one way or another.
I like the sound of that.
She'll nod towards Agni and motion for you to broker the agreement.
As at that, he will walk over, kind of looking around. He has no idea where Addy went after he messaged him. But he'll just think, hopefully, he's not drowning underwater, because he has no idea where he's at. Agni will just kind of approach when they are not talking, to not be rude.
Yeah, they'd look over and they'd be sort of finishing up. You'd overhear as it seems to be. You kind of overhear as Kyle is sort of explaining that what he knows about the marks, but he doesn't really know much. They didn't really do anything. They're the ones whenever. Yeah, just kind of explain very, very basic information that you kind of already know. That isn't anything like that. Also, for those asking in the chat, it was a year ago, or it's almost a year ago. You guys are thinking 20 days into Hiri time, not Voden time. For people wondering.
As he comes up, and they're not talking, he'll look to. Actually, quick question: did he ever end up actually shaking Agni's hand? I don't know.
He did.
Okay, I wasn't sure of that. He will come up to Kyle and mention.
Well, little bit of news. We're actually heading to the Floating Isles ourselves. As I've mentioned before, some of it is for resource gathering, some of it is for scouting purposes. If you three are heading there, not with the dynasty, not with the ops, then it seems we have a common goal. Almost an accord, if you will. We might have a way for all of us to get there, a little bit safer than your plan. If we're able to potentially help you all up there, a bit safer than the way you were going to, perhaps you can give us some information on what exactly is up there. As we are looking for potential allies, as this world is harsh enough alone, and there is strength in numbers.
Yeah, you gotta make persuasion check, big guy. Withheld information, but they gotta see if your intentions are clear.
In order to, help provide them advantage, she'll say, of course, I'm sure you know in your travels that giving up too much information can be a bit dangerous. But hearing your connection to the other group, it eased us a little bit to know that, well, if you was able to spend time with the soft ones, and the soft ones rubbed off on you, then perhaps you could be someone we could feel comfortable forming a sort of cooperation with.
And Zaman would have cast guidance as they were approaching. Just FYI.
Persuasion check with advantage, Agni. Out of D4.
I also don't know exactly what I withheld, but I'm okay with that.
You'll see.
The fact that we're going to fly. Oh, I thought
it's that.
Yeah.
Wait, that we're actually going? I thought I said that.
Nah, you never told him we weren't. Well, you did. Yeah, you said that. You just never told him directly we were going to floating islands.
Yeah. Okay.
22. That's good enough. Don't worry about the D4. You look over and you'll see, as Kyle will mention, a question before I think we would agree to anything. Why did you not mention going towards the island or intentions of going towards the island in the first place?
Everyone has secrets. There's no way to know your true intentions. Whether you're with the dynasty, or maybe you're with some new power. However, it seems mutually beneficial to help out in this time period. Sort of, as my colleague likes to say, a favor for a favor. If we can help you, and you can help us, then it seems to be a win for both parts.
Well, I will say one thing. You won't find many resources, but unless everything went to shit while I was gone, which is very possible, you may find people. Fine. This is a safer bet, and quite frankly, I'd rather not have to worry about having you two get crushed on the way there. You have a deal. You'll see as he extends a hand out towards you, as he's sort of sitting on the rock.
The funny thing about resources, information is a valuable one. And he will extend his hand as well.
We'll see as you begin to do so, and as you two shake, Agni and Kaio, your vision begins to shift, your vision begins to change, as we zoom out of this scene, and we zoom and turn our focus towards another, far away, the opposite direction, towards the north, the Zhao Dynasty outpost. We look over.
Oh boy.
we see
didn't go there.
Can't wait till they see what they say about gold.
Oh man, I can't wait.
You look
all
over.
the vampires we could have been slain. We could have been. Look at all them bodies.
You look over.
We could have been a
and-
slaying, boy. We could
You
have
would have been
slaying.
a fool.
Dead bodies, homie. Count them. Count
Oh
them
no,
up.
it gets worse.
The outposts don't look that crazy.
You'll look over and you will see as the. Oh, hold on. Let me. Oh god. We look over and you see as the arachnid begins to arrive and walk towards this outpost and into this small sort of tent. As they begin to say, well, as they're bloody and wounded, they begin to say, I don't care. Consequences be damned. For what he did, for what they did, I will make sure every red orc, every sprite, every fae dies by the dynasty's hand. The blood forest falls tomorrow. No orc will be spared. You'll see as the individual, a sort of drider, a sort of human or a elvish individual, dark elf in nature with a spider-like body begins to look over and speak. Well, they have the uses of blood magic and hemocraft. They're also fairly peaceful. Do you think I or the dynasty cares about hemocraft? There are other magics that we can utilize, and besides, we know enough. We can capture the blood samurai and force him to tell the secrets later. Now gather the troops. Yes, ma'am. But you're not worried about the dragon? He specifically requested that the village be kept alive for a little longer before we expand there. He still does have old ties to the Novus Kai, after all. Did I fucking stutter? The blood forest falls tomorrow. And you see as she, even at the mention of the Novus Kai, one of you may know that one a little bit, that might sound a little familiar to one of you. You'll see as the arachnid begins to slowly transform. She begins to shift and change their mouth as it begins to unhinge entirely. As it does, you notice as her entire body, the spider legs protruding out of her back, begins to turn into an astral light and begins to call several dozen, hundreds, if not thousands of spiders to her form as she begins to start writhing in anger and hatred as they all cling towards her. Oh boy. You do not see this woman anymore. You look over and you see this individual.
Oh, she just ditch evolved.
Understood. And with
that's Gore's girlfriend.
You'll see as the soldiers begin to head out without another word. And as they begin to march forth, and they begin to start yelling out towards all the soldiers in the village, you will see as war plans are being made and the time for battle nears. As that is where this is the end of today's session, as we'll pick it back up in 2 weeks for Valley of Dreams. Oh man.
Would have been easy pickings, bro. Easy pickings. We could
There's
pop it
so
off.
many people in those tents. Yo, shut up.
Yo, you are wild. Y'all are
Yo.
bugging.
I think we just squatted up. We had Gashir out there going to work.
Yeah,
Yo,
Gashir,
we could
take out a tent or two. I'll take out a couple, like 5 tents, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
go for the throat.
do or die, Bed-Stuy, bro.
Addy Dark, this is the same thing you saw in them dreams, bro.
Yeah, I noticed that picture immediately, bro.
Yep.
That's why I was confused when you sent me when we saw this other spider chick. I was like, this is not the same one.
It's not the same one, but it is. I hinted towards it with the likes of the other cutscene with the individuals of the dynasty changing and shifting a little bit. But this is their transformation. Oh boy. So for those of you...
it sounds like a good reason for Gore and Addy to have even more reason to bust some night creatures.
Oh no, y'all would have done it. If you would have did that,
Bro,
you
we
would
would
have
have dead died up in here.
You would have died.
There would need to be a balance. Like we need to really all in.
So I want to tell you, this is more sort of people out of game, like in the chat freaking the fuck out. So if the dynasty has a commander who is this level in power, imagine what the other captains are capable of, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
Bro, we got no chance. Help!
Help us at the tournament!
Help!
Help! Alright, I'll be right back, y'all. If you gotta go, then by all means do so. I hope we were able to get a longer session. A lot of stuff happened. We had Fabio, we had drinking RP, we had fucking getting some stuff done in the village, we got propaganda being slung about, and now we got this. Oh man. Alright.
Drama.
Alright, we will be back. I don't know, man. You guys talk shit. You gotta slow her down for us. Oh, goodness gracious. Thank you guys again for everybody who was able to tune into the stream. You guys are fantastic as usual. I will see you guys in a couple of weeks. We're still gonna stream Thursday's Atlas of Etheria game. That is, even though we're on our break week, we're still gonna be doing that. So I will see you guys soon. Have a fantastic week, Auroraverse. You guys take care.